a roll call vote. Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Booth?
Here.
Member Booth is here. Member Britton?
Here.
Member Britton is here. Member Davis?
Here.
Member Davis is here. Member Earl? I see her backpack, but not quite. Oh, she's here, walking in the door. Good timing. Member Green? Is she online? Okay. Member Hall is not going to be here. Chair Hymas is going to be joining us shortly. Member Kelly?
Here.
Member Kelly's here. Member Carey?
Here.
Member Carey's here. Member Lear?
Here.
Member Lear is here. Member Longacre?
Here.
Member Longacre is here. Member Reel is on her way. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
And then I am here. So we are going to go ahead and get started. We will start with item 5.1, which is our public comment. I'll just go ahead and read this quick disclaimer, and it does look like we have one person signed up for public comment, but just wanted to note for the community that they can sign up to share public comments at schools.utah.gov, and they can also send written public comments to the board at boards@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes and can express support or dissent for regulatory actions. That individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. And please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional, and keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have any material with explicit language or content, please submit those materials in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With that, I'm assuming this is Katie Nelson. Okay, Katie, the time is yours.
Nelson.
Let's just make sure we get your microphone on. Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Katie Nelson. I'm on the Advisory Council for USDB, and I'm a parent of a blind child who receives USDB outreach services. I live in and also teach in Sandy. I raise concerns regarding post-high programming at Bridges to Community Readiness at USDB. 1, this post-high program excludes students who post-high was created for. 2, this post-high program includes students who have received a traditional high school diploma, which falls outside the scope of a post-high program. 3, this post-high program remediates literacy, math, and expanded core curriculum skills that students should have acquired in K-12. 4, with a $1.3 million budget, this remediation is expensive relative to the number of students served. Number 5, the services rendered in this program should have already been provided in K-12 and are also provided through adult services. This program is a 100% duplication of K-12 programming and adult services. What is now called Bridges to Community Readiness, or BCR, formerly served blind students with moderate and severe disabilities. These students with higher support needs were phased out of the program at the end of the 2018-19 school year and are now only served in their local LEA post-high programming. The very students for whom post-high programming was created are excluded from participating in BCR programming. Instead, BCR is now a very expensive remediation for services that should have been rendered in the K-12 IEP experience for students who are on a college track. Not only does BCR duplicate services that should have been rendered in the K-12 IEP experience, they also duplicate services already provided to blind teenagers and adults in Utah. One service that is not compared in your document for today's meeting is Utah Work Introduction Network, which is also called UWIN. UWIN is going on right now. I urge you to visit their website to arrange to visit their program. My blind son is 9 years old. If he reached high school graduation without adequate preparation for his post-secondary plans, I would be angry. Utah requires transition plans to be included in every IEP starting at age 14. If his transition planning was inadequate, or if he received such inaccessible instruction that he developed significant academic gaps in literacy and math, then I would file a state complaint. I would not look to USDB to provide 1 to 4 more years of post-high programming that would delay his progression in his post-secondary plans. We should be looking upstream to where academic and expanded core curriculum instruction is degrading and intervene far sooner. The $1.3 million budget could be used to hire 10 educators or 20 paraprofessionals who could provide better support earlier. At least 2 of these educators could specialize in literacy and math accessibility for blind students. We have state specialists in math and literacy both for general and special education, but it may take even more specialization to ensure that general and special educators serving blind students have adequate professional development and pedagogical support for meeting meeting learning needs for blind and low vision students so that we don't have students graduating with math and literacy gaps that prevent them from transitioning immediately to their college and career plans. The $1.3 million budget could be used to provide weekend or additional summer residential experiences to target these transition skills earlier for students when they are 14 to 17 rather than delaying their post-secondary plans.
Thank you. You timed that perfectly. That's impressive. Appreciate it. All right. With that, that's the end of our public comment. We'll move to item 5.2, which is an information item, our monthly USDB budget update. And we'll turn the time to Assistant Superintendent of Operations, Deborah Jacobson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm not sure who's driving.
Jen is.
Oh, Jen is. Okay. If you can pull up the line item status report. Okay, so we're winding down the year. And as you can see on this report here, we have spent, as of April 30th, 84% of the budget, which is about 1% higher than where we should be at that time of the year. You'll also notice that we are starting to show negative in a couple of items. One is transportation. There will be a true up at the end of the year for that. So there's really no concerns there. In the support services line program, we're currently reconciling everything that we are still waiting for LEAs to pay for services, as well as preparing end of year invoices for that. We also are in the process of estimating how much Medicaid money we still expect to receive. So right now, we are still in an okay space, but it's still yet to be seen whether or not we'll use the contingency or not. So if there are no questions.
Okay, thank you. It looks like Member Davis has a question.
When we say that we're 1% beyond where we should be right now, what does that equate to in dollars amount?
I haven't ran that calculation, to be honest with you. I'd have to run that.
Okay. And you can tell me offline.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm
Yeah.
trying to compare that to our contingency amount. I mean, if that maintains
Sure.
or if it compounds, are we going to have enough to do what we need to do? That's
Yes.
what I'm wondering, really.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Yeah. So as far as it's now down to 250 or I can't see that. I'm a little on the blind side, but the amount that we have left remaining for the contingency, that should be plenty to cover if we end up needing it.
Go ahead, Member Davis.
Sorry, when you said it's down to 250, have we used some of the contingency money then, or did I
You,
forget that?
yeah, you reallocated it so that the
For the
deaf
summer.
School could do the summer programs.
That's right.
So you reduced the amount for the contingency.
But even if that 1% compounded from here to whatever, we would have enough to cover.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's just how much of it we would need to use is the question.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights.
Okay. As far as you have in the backups, the donated and enrichment accounts, they're in good standing and the money's being utilized for its intended purpose and looking good. So if there's no further questions, that's the end of my report.
Okay, I don't see any lights. Thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, actually, just kidding. We do. Vice Chair Bush.
Is there a way for us to also get just a report on the foundation budget on a monthly basis moving forward?
Yes. So we are in the process of working with the foundation to really start preparing the reports that they actually need, what they're looking for to report. But yes, we can certainly bring that moving forward in
That
the
would be
next
great.
year.
I think that would help us as we look at the
Yeah.
donated funds versus the foundation as we move forward and how
Sure.
best to support the school. Thank you.
Okay.
Member Kelly.
Yeah, you mentioned the contingency funds. You mentioned that we use some of that for the extracurricular activities. Moving forward, when would be the right time for us as a board to make sure that their extracurricular activities ongoing are funded, and that we're not in that same situation where we're asking for contingency funds or other things like that to make sure that those kids have those opportunities?
So that will be happening over the next couple of fiscal years. We do have the funding model that we're working with, or we will be working with the legislature to come up with to fund USDB long-term, mostly to address the outreach type things. We do have a funding request that is coming to the Standing Committee this next Tuesday, and then we'll come to Finance Committee for this next legislative session. So there's a few things that will be happening over the next couple of years that will be addressing all of the funding concerns across the entire agency, not just the extracurricular.
Member Kelly, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so for the school year 26-27, are they funded? Do we need to find a funding mechanism for their extracurricular activities?
As of right now, this current summer is funded, and that's by way of the
Summer
contingency.
is right, but I mean,
Correct.
for
And
the
into-
school year 26-27, the basketball, the volleyball, I went to the graduation, and there was so much talk about the extracurricular activities that they're engaged in, and I've emphasized how valuable I think they are. I just want to make sure that for 26-27, those programs aren't going to be interrupted.
They shouldn't be as of today.
Okay, thank you.
We have donated funds. We have the part of the contingency that will take them into the fall for sure, not just the summer. And then, of course, if there's any other donations that come in, things like that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Member Earl.
I'm just curious on it's not the endowment fund. What's the group? No. What's the organization we just said? Give us the foundation. There you go. My understanding is they're kind of a little bit more separate from us, but we still do all their finances, or do they have someone doing that?
They are actually a legally separate entity from the agency with a tie. I mean, there is a tie. We actually are statutorily required to oversee their finances, whether we do that directly or we oversee and ensure that they have internal controls, and we're monitoring that kind of a thing. In this particular case, since they were created, they've been in our accounting system. We cannot give anyone outside of USBE or state employment access, obviously, to the
that's fine.
accounting system.
I
But
was just a little confused because it seemed like last year that was like, we really are an independent entity. And then when I hear we're doing finances for them, I'm like, we're not an independent entity. They're not.
We do statutorily have a requirement
For the finance piece.
for an education foundation. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any lights. Does that conclude your report?
Yes, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on to, if that's okay, 5.3, our Information Superintendent Report. And Superintendent Nielsen is not here, but Assistant Superintendent Susan Patton is here in his place. So I'll turn the time over to her.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here and to talk a little bit about what's been going on in the last month. We had, which was mentioned by Board Member Kelly, our graduation, and we just want to express our appreciation for those who came in person, and then also those whomever was able to join over Zoom. We just really appreciate that support. It went very well, and I'm going to then Dr. Tanner will also talk about that, since it was all deaf students that graduated. So we were very excited and felt good about that. We also completed one thing that was big was this last week. We had the 70-48 row where I know that a lot of you are familiar with that. And we had 8 students and 8 chaperones with 1 captain. So we had 9 adults and 8 students. And our students, actually, this was the first year that we didn't have to have any students get off of the boat because they weren't feeling well, or there was, they're rowing. They're literally rowing for 48 hours, 70 miles in the Puget Sound. So it was quite the accomplishment. And I will talk about that a little bit of my report. But so we were excited about that. That was successful. They rowed. They finished the race in 21 hours, and out of 48, they came in at number 46 out of 140 teams, and they were so excited about that. But well, I guess I can just say it right now. We really are wanting to focus on not necessarily where you're coming in at, but the endurance part of that and finishing something that is very difficult for you. They trained for 2 years, which we will start that training again this fall, so that they can train, and they have the monthly workout sessions with their chaperones, and we have a trainer also so that they're ready to go. And that's the hope, is that we are instilling a lifelong love of recreation, and not only recreation, but a team competition. One of the things that was interesting was one of our students, one of our employees was walking behind him as he was talking to his mom on the phone. And he said, "Mom, I got to go. I got to go because my team's waiting for me." And that was so impactful for one of our employees because, as she said, he's never been a part of a team that's competing. Now, that's not that all blind and low vision and deafblind students don't have that opportunity, because I don't want to portray that. But for him, he had never had that opportunity. And as Board Member Kelly was talking about the importance of belonging to a team that is competing, and they're meshed with a team that is, it truly is a really great experience. I also want to say that at the standing committee meeting on the 9th, which is this Tuesday, we will be having some of the students and their parents. We were able to have 4 that came up on their own dime, 4 families that came to support their students in Seattle, which was pretty amazing. And so you'll be able to hear from those students and those families at that time at the standing committee meeting. And then there'll also be, at the standing committee meeting, there will also be some students that will be reporting on the Deaf Schools New York Enrichment trip too, so that they'll get some ideas and hear from the most important people, which are the students and the parents as well. And then just the last thing is just some information related to preparation activities for our next school year. We are involved in preparing a new teacher induction and our professional learning day. We have what's been called in the past our opening institute, where we bring in, or we have a day. Past couple of years has been kind of a hybrid, or virtual, and teachers coming in or other staff coming in. But it's something that all of our staff, 100% of our staff, participates in, and it's like a motivational kickoff for our staff. And so that will be on August 10th, and we're excited about that. Again, the name change we're going to have a name change from Opening Institute. We kind of felt like that was maybe a little like not as fun as it should be if it's going to be a motivational day. So we're looking at that. The other thing that we've been very involved with is our work with the Technical Advisory Committee. Looking at our assessments and assessing our programs, and how can we better use assessments to assess our programs. And we have a day and a half coming up on Wednesday and Thursday of this next week, the 10th and 11th, that will be for an assessment audit, and we're excited about that. And then, so that is all my report, and I can then turn it to, as far as just Susan Patton for the Associate Superintendent of the Blind, please refer to the memo that goes out, as far as it's called the TVI memo. There's tons and tons of camps on there. And we would be very excited if you ever wanted to drop by. There's also camps like the Bell program is right now. That is not, we help sponsor that, but it's not a USDB, but it's a wonderful program. Also, as Katie Nilsson was talking about, our UN is going on right now, which we're one of the sponsors there, and that is a fantastic program, just so you can see the fantastic things that are going on in the state of Utah for our students to prepare them for adulthood. So with that, I can turn it to Dr. Tanner, if Chair.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like Assistant Superintendent Michelle Tanner is online. We'll give her a few minutes to give us an update.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you? Okay, good. All right, I'll just elaborate a little bit on the graduation. We had 17 graduates. 11 of those graduates were male this year, 6 were female. We had 5 students that got alternate diplomas and 12 that got regular diplomas. And then if you break it down by the campuses, 11 of the students came from JMS, 6 came from KBS, and we had 1 student from the Southern Utah School for the Deaf. So it was a fairly large graduation. I have to tell you, for those that you were there, it was probably one of the most pleasurable graduations you can go to. The kids are phenomenal, and they just make the whole graduation worthwhile. I also thought I would address Board Member Kelly some of the questions he had about enrichment. So the intention is to use the contingency, the donated account and the contingency until the end of June. Starting in July, we have a new budget. And so we'll start using again the enrichment funds. We don't know the exact amount yet, but it'll be about $200,000 is what we're anticipating, which is what we had this year. We're anticipating that. We'll know the hard numbers later. That would carry us into October. After October, we would run out of funds again. So the approach is that they were going to the USDB Foundation and seeing if they could give us the $400,000 to sustain it through the rest of the year. I don't know if that's a long-term solution. I think they'll only have about over $1 million, but we're hoping that will get us through the 26-27 school year, with saying that they do approve that and that they're in favor of supporting the USDB Foundation funds for this purpose. So we're asking for that. That's kind of the approach we're going. And if that doesn't happen, we may be coming back to you and talking a little bit more next year. The new induction program, we're working on that. We'd like to do that. There is a cost to that as well. That's about $15,000 to do that. We hadn't originally put that in our budget. And so we'll have to see if we can find $15,000, and then we can do a week-long induction program. We've kind of estimated how much time that would take. We'd add some more contract days to the new teachers so that they have the time the week before. And then we would utilize some staff that would maybe have to come in and provide some training. But we found this year, because we used the Master Teaching Grant this year to fund that full week, because we've never had a new induction program before. And we found that so beneficial. It was very helpful. The Master Teacher Grant also provided PLCs throughout the school year. And it also gave time to our master teachers to prepare content for us to use ongoing. So we have that content ready and able to go. So we're hoping we can do that induction program. And then we're also involved with 4 camps that are going on right now. Some preschool camps, some reading, tutoring. And then we also are getting ready for our Call of the Sea camp, which will come in about 3 weeks. So with that is my update. I'm ready and willing to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to jump in real quick. I wasn't able to attend the graduation in person, but I did watch the whole thing online, and it was very impressive. And I would echo what Member Kelly has already mentioned, just how exciting it was to see the impact that some of those activities had on the lives of the students. And that's, for many of them, that was what was most memorable. So thank you. Member Davis.
I think a month ago I just said if you haven't had a chance to go to USDB graduation, you should go and just experience it, to see those students and families. In a like vein, if you haven't had a chance to go to the Opening Institute, it's a really fun experience, because you're in there and you feel all the new year energy and all the teachers talking to each other. I couldn't understand some of the conversations because many of them were in sign language, but it was that's a great experience also, if any of you have time, to pop in there during that Opening Institute.
Member Kelly.
You mentioned the foundation funds. Is there money in the foundation currently, or is that money that has to be raised in the foundation?
Dr. Tanner?
There is, yes, there is money and funds in there right now. I believe it's just over $1 million. I think it's around 1.2.
Okay.
Assistant Superintendent Jacobson would know the exact amount, but the idea would be to ask them for, it would be about $400,000 to get us through the end of next year to go through the full 26, 27. I'm hopeful that they will approve that. If not, then we would probably come back here and asking again for some more support. We have some donated funds, but they're not to the amount that we need. And we've been using donated funds this year as well before we hit into the contingency fund. I also would love to say thank you for recognizing some of the comments that the students said. I noticed that they all, several of them mentioned their trips to Japan, which actually was 2 years ago. That's how impactful that trip was to the students, and they still talk about it. So I was grateful to see their comments, and they still.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes item 5.3, and I'm going to pass the gavel on to Chair Hymas to continue with item 5.4.
Thank you. So this is an action item. And this is our, how do you say that? I've heard it, Massieu? Yep.
It's the Jean Massieu School. Jean Massieu. Just say JMS. It's easier.
JMS Improvement Plan, thank you. And Michelle, are you taking this?
I'm happy to. Yeah.
Please.
So as you are aware, JMS was designated as a springboard school, which talks about the performance and puts them on an improvement plan. So they have to submit a school improvement plan. We're trying to get ahead of that. We are actively always having school improvement plans. And so they have one that they've prepared. They have worked together with what we have internally. The content expert has not joined us yet, but we had to get this on there, and we will also be working with them starting in the fall, probably around end of July, early August. So this is the school improvement plan that needs to be approved by the board as a part of that process.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Tanner, just curious, as I'm looking at this, I see you guys did a good job of outlining your current priority areas and aligning it with the strategic plan that you guys have. My question is on the progress monitoring piece, are those parts that will be developed? It looks like it's starting to be written out for the first portion, for the first priority, but is that work that will continue as a...
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna adjust and adapt as the content expert works with us. And we're really thrilled. We found a deaf group, which I can't even tell you how amazing that is. That is amazing. So we have a deaf group that's helping us with this, which is very appealing to us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Vice Chair Wood.
I'll go ahead and move that the board approve the Jean Massieu School for the JMS School for the Deaf School Improvement Plan Framework.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wood. Is there a second to this? Okay, it's been made. It's been seconded. Do we see any? I don't see any lights or questions. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously with 3 absent. So let's see here. We're going to go into agenda item 6. This is the USDB Standing Committee Report. So we are going to turn it over to Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to comment the I checked in that night they were rowing and they were about 70th, so that they finished 40th. That's pretty good. I was tracking them on the spreadsheet, so that's amazing. They picked up some speed there at the end. All right, we'll go ahead with our committee report out. I do want to tell board members, we have moved the student reports to the committee because that gives them about an hour to report, and I think we've given them about a half an hour because of the number of things we have on our agenda. But just know that's where you're going to see the kids if you want to appreciate and see what they're doing. If there was ever a need that you would like them to come here, let me know. But for time's sake and just to give them the time that they deserve, we have moved that to our committees. So our first item of action is item 6.2, the Bridges to Community Readiness Post-High Program Policy. And the motion for the board is that the board approve the 8.23 Bridges to Community Readiness Post-High School Services Policy Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion that came out of committee and is before us now is that the board approve the 8.23 Bridges to Community Readiness Post-High School Services Policy Draft 3 on second and final reading. Member Davis.
I just want to say, because this has been a few months in the making, and we have had some public comment about this, either in writing or here at our board meetings. And I just want people to know it's been taken really seriously. And we've thought through, what's been shared and what's available. And some of us went to thoroughly tour the Bridges program. Some of us went to thoroughly tour DSBVI. And when I'm talking, we spent like a few hours there. Maybe we were there for a long time. What we said in our committee meeting, I just want to say here again for the full board that, when we all spoke with the directors there at USDB VI, we said, is the Bridges program the same as your program, different from your program? Could this be used in lieu of it? What are your thoughts? And they indicated that they wanted to work together with Bridges, that it didn't have to be an either or. But they also said they went with somewhere, and there were three of our students, and he said, one I really did want to recruit to my program. But he said one was definitely more suited for the Bridges program, and that was the right place for that student. And then the other one, he said, I can't remember what the other situation was of the other one. And I just remember thinking there definitely can be a variety of places for students that might meet some different needs, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive of each other. Some of these students might spend a time in one and then go to the other. So there was one thing that I heard today, though, that I still have a question about, but I'll probably need to do a little research offline about that. And that was, or maybe you could address that. That was the question about students that had qualified for Bridges that were being excluded. I don't remember. That's the only piece from all of that I don't remember talking about or understanding. But I think, I'm ready to move forward with this on this motion, but it hasn't been taken lightly. And I have learned so much, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to study and learn and understand more. I will say that I do think and hope that we can have more teachers that are visually impaired or blind, so that there are mentors that are highly relatable. And I don't think it has to be all in either DSBVI or in Bridges, but certainly I feel like that was a value that we saw, and I think that could be, if possible, increased at some point.
Okay. You want to go ahead?
Do you want to speak to that prior program before Bridges was, because that was, it may be before your time, but if you have anything to add to that.
Yes, I'm happy to. Yes, it was before my time. However, this is the information that I know. So that happened again before me. However, the how it's been explained to me was when we had some kids that needed or students that needed to have a modified or had more complex needs or more significant cognitive needs, and that the IEP teams were deciding that those students should be educated in their districts, more so than in the Bridges program. And remember that the Bridges program is inclusive of high school and post-high kids also that are on an alternate diploma, so they're still with an IEP. And then what this program, or what's kind of in a controversial situation, are the kids who have graduated with a standard diploma. So when we're talking about kids that have been moved out, I don't, how it's been explained to me, again, wasn't in there, but how it's been explained to me was those were IEP teams' decisions where the districts and the parents were involved in those. It wasn't just a mass exodus, as it shouldn't be, because that would be going against IDEA. That would be going against what IDEA is. And so those were IEP teams' decision that decided that they should be back in their districts. That's all the information I have as far as that is concerned. And then did you had another question? You had another statement, but was there a question with that?
But I have one more.
Member Davis, go ahead.
Thank you. That was my only question beforehand. But I did want to make one more comment of something that I felt was interesting when we were touring, and I think it was DSBVI, but he was talking about a student who was very academically advanced at the high school and had taken AP classes and all these, and the family and the parents had chosen to forego a lot of vision training on navigating and different skills to focus hardcore on academics. And so there was and is still a need sometimes, if a student has a general ed diploma, for additional experiences beyond high school. Thank you.
Chair, if I may. When it comes to when we're talking about DSBVI and USDB, I would like to make clear that DSBVI and USDB are not either or we have a great relationship with DSBVI. And in fact, I talked to the director I had a long conversation with him yesterday, because we're trying to find ways that we can collaborate with one another, and that it could be a seamless. The students that are coming to us, like I said, is a very small number in comparison to who is going to DSBVI, and it doesn't need to be an either or, just like what you said, and that's what we're working on. And so I want to be clear on that, because we're not. It's not a competition with DSBVI and USDB. DSBVI. There are some things that are going to be duplicated just because of the nature of what we're both doing. There's going to be some O&M that's going to be duplicated as far as what they're doing, some Braille instruction. And so I want to make that clear that we're on the same side. We're not in opposition of one another. The other thing is, we would love to hire more educators and staff who have a vision loss. We would, and I want to make that clear too. So if, again, we would love to do that. So it's not something that we're against at all, not even a little bit.
Okay, thank you. The motion then is that the board approve the 8.23 Bridges to Community Readiness Post-High School Services Policy Draft 3 on second and final reading. Let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6.3, R277801 services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind. This is the rule that dictates how USBE and USDB work with each other. Motion for the board is that the board approve R277801 services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve R277-801, services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood.
Item 6.7, immunization policy. This has taken us 3 months to bring back to you. We've simplified it. We've ran it through our AAG, and the motion for the board is that the board approve the immunization policy draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion then is that the board approve the school personnel medical recommendations policy draft 2 on second and final reading.
Immunization.
What did I say? Oh. That the board approve the immunization. Yeah, I did skip one. That the board approve the immunization policy draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So to be clear, we're talking about the May draft one and not the February draft one? Okay, and then my question is there a reason that the hearing that people are eligible for or required, it's a required thing if they requested it, was there a reason that that was left out of here? Specifically in subsection 3.6?
I don't have an answer to that.
The rest of it, I think, looks way better. I think the work that was done is good. But when you have a student that you say you can't come, people are eligible for a hearing. They can file for a hearing.
Let me ask. Do you want to speak to that? AAG, go.
There was no provision in statute entitling them to a hearing.
It's under the Department of Health codes.
Which code?
Oh, I would have to go look it up. I sent it forward when I sent the stuff to whomever I sent it to, probably AAG Bill at the time. So am I hearing you say, Member Lear, that you think that it's covered just by the referencing the rule? Okay.
That would be up to the AAG. I just was trying to give somebody a head start and looking for where it might be.
Okay. Well, if it's in there, then I don't know that a parent reading this would draw the conclusion that they were eligible for a hearing, but if it's in there, I'm happy with this.
Okay. So the motion then is that the board approve the immunization policy, draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood.
Item 6.5, 8.24, school personal medical recommendations. The motion is the board approve the school personal medical recommendations policy draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, so the motion is that the board approve the school personnel medical recommendations policy draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood.
Item 6.6, the USDB 2026-2027 school fee schedule. The motion for the board is that the board approve the 2026-2027 Utah schools for the deaf and blind student fee schedule.
Okay. The motion is that the board approve the 2026-2027 Utah schools for the deaf and the blind student fee schedule. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Chair Wood.
Item 6.7 is the fiscal year 2027 USD enrichment budget. Motion for the board is the board approve the fiscal year 27 USD enrichment budget on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the FY27 USD enrichment budget. Member Bogus.
So I just, for clarity through you and perhaps to Superintendent Tanner or other superintendent, I apologize, Patton. I am wondering if this is the budget for the athletics that we talked about, and this is the budget that's short. Unless I'm misunderstanding what was stating earlier. Make me smarter, please.
If I may?
Yeah, please.
Yes, this is the $200,000 that we're anticipating for next year for the 2026-2027 school year. So this is not the hard number yet, but our estimated cost for next year for extracurricular activities. This will take us up through October.
Okay, I just wanted to make certain we were all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion then is that the board approve the FY27 USD enrichment budget. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood. Will you jazz it up for Cole?
I need to do a song and dance. Sorry. All right. Motion 6.8, Action 1013, Concussion and Head Injury Policy. The motion for the board is that the board approve the Concussion and Head Injury Policy Draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board approve the Concussion and Head Injury Policy Draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Wood.
And our final action is 6.9, 8.23, grading and graduation credit. The motion for the board is that the board approve the grading and graduation credit policy draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the grading and graduation credit policy draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Chair Wood.
That concludes our work for today.
Okay. Yeah. Member Carey, before we officially close out our USDB, is this? Yep, let's do it.
Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you to Cindy Anderson for the great interpretation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Cindy. And thank you to the USDB staff. We are going to consider the USDB meeting adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will move into our study session. And so we will look for Scott, or is it you, Deborah? This is deja vu from the Finance Committee. Let's just take 5 minutes. We'll find some staff and get things set up. Board members, thank you and welcome back. We have retrieved Scott and team, so we are going to get moving forward. You're Susan Patton. That's Susan's great. Who wouldn't? Okay. Scott, just whenever you're ready, we are on agenda item 7. This is a study session. Today we are discussing the fiscal year 2027 budget formula process. And this falls in line with our process and timeline of how we can get things ready and set for the legislative process or the legislature. So with that, Scott, when you are ready, you can take it away.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, and with me are my credentials, Dr. Newey, Sam Uri, School Finance Director, and Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. So the purpose of this study session is to provide board members and the public with a high-level overview of the budgetary acts procedure or the framework, the regulatory framework that governs or guides us through the process of what amounts to or concludes with your submissions to the legislature on what funding requests you want to make for or during the 2027 general session for fiscal year 28. Please keep in mind that what we're trying to do is tie this initial presentation to you or this presentation to you with our objectives or your objectives for the board retreat or event in July, where we'll get really into the line items and get very specific of that. So this is just, again, what is the budget formulation process that is governed by or mandated by regulation, code 63 Juliet. So here we go. The regulatory framework for your review. Next slide. So this is in accordance with what is titled, again, reference 63J as in 63 Juliet, the Budgetary Procedures Act. 3 key takeaways here are the roles, if you will, of the different agencies. As you all are well aware, the Constitution established the Utah State Board of Education as the governing body for public education K through 12 in the state of Utah. But then this is a cooperative effort. It's a joint effort between these different branches of government, the GOPB, executive branch, us, and the LFA. Next slide, please. So here's the statutory budgetary rules for your review. These are taken right out of the code, what our responsibilities are in this process and in accordance with the reference code. Next slide. So here's the timelines and the milestones that we track as we do this together. Each year, it varies a little bit about the start time we were in Finance Committee today. Some years we've started as early as May with the Finance Committee making recommendations to the board for your June meeting. This year, that initial process of really starting this process will be done over the summer, right? We are where we are. We're in the June meeting. Not a problem. It just kind of compacts or tightens up your window a little bit when we get to the August, September, October board meetings. But you'll see here when we get to the end of this presentation where we're already, starting that first point or that first segment in our budget cycle timeline. It's really then between now, the summer, and October that we really, staff, support you and your direction, the board's direction, and what you hit as the first major milestone in the budgetary formulation process, which is that October submission to the governor's office. in the board, in the memo for this particular agenda item, I put the link in for you to click on, or the public to click on, the referenced code. It's 121 pages long, so I didn't, that's why we went with the link rather than putting it into the backup. So we'll do it too. Did I miss something on that? No. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So the October is a definitive milestone in this process, where after your October meeting, and in accordance with the law, you are expected, along with all the other agencies, even higher ed, expected to provide the governor with your recommendations for public education funding. And then ahead of that session. Then it's about 30 days, about 60 days later, in the December timeframe, the governor releases his or her budget. And then, as you can see up here, then we get into the next calendar year, January, and the 45-day, or the beginning of the 45-day legislative session. So this is a high-level budget cycle type timeline. Next slide, please. Maybe wait for it. Okay, so here's the pillars, or what we as staff have identified as the really what we need to, or is really so we have this formulation, or this framework, but these are the pillars of the framework. These tie into the fact that, and for those of you who have been, board members for a while, or really got into the legislative process, it's in December of every year that the EAC, the Executive Appropriations Committee, meets for the legislature, and that's really where we start that process of ensuring what is or will be the base budget for the public education for K through 12. Then you see the request for funding pillar, right, which by that point in time, by way of this process that is overseen or governed by regulation code, then we are prepared to provide your board leadership is prepared to provide to the legislature your final prioritized request for funding. And then we also want to make sure that we're funding your plan, right? Your strategic plan, but then also too, we're bound by regulation. It's in the Budgetary Procedures Act that we have to meet certain performance measures associated with the new funding or the funding. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Newey to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into the performance alignment with your request, and subsequently what is expected of us, or of you as the board, to report back to the legislature related to particular line items that are established or set with or by the legislature. So go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Jones. So the performance measures is a phrase that you'll hear a lot from us talking about the way, but it's just the way that the legislature justifies providing funding for all of these different things. So we have line item performance measures and we have funding performance measures. And it's basically a measurement that is supposed to show that that funding was worthwhile. So whatever it is that they want to fund, there needs to be some sort of metric to measure that against. That can be really, really tricky in education because there's really not a straight line from A to B, that if we fund, the arts, that we see test scores go up. We can't really isolate that causal relationship. But we are trying our best. So I want to just point out that this is a work in progress between our agency and the LFA to determine what are good measures for a lot of these items. I will put, it's not in here because I'm going to put it up right here. Every year we have different performance measures. So we are able to work with the LFA after every legislative session to say, here are all of the things that passed. How do we want to measure them? Nope, not yet. We're going to change the sharing rights. Hold on. keep talking, Deputy Jones. Tell us more. 7-4.
So as she's pulling that,
I'm gonna say
so as she's pulling that up, that being a more visual and description of the performance measures or examples of them, it's important to note that, and I brought this up earlier, when we get to your July meeting, prior to that, my plan is to send you a interactive chart of every line item, every program, so that you can click on it. How many? 22? Okay, so we have 22 overall line items, right? But within those line items, there are multiple programs, right? Multiple things, and that's going to be what takes the time. But my understanding is, to be relevant to the process and to do that, we all need to really understand each one, not only with the line items themselves, but the programs that are in them, and then tie them into what is being provided to you here today as examples of performance measures related to those programs or to that funding. And it's there that we really hope to make sure that you, as we all move together towards the 27 legislative session, have actually, to the fullest extent possible, quantifiable data on whether a particular program is, for lack of a better term, working. Is it, if it is making a difference, how is it making a difference? And what we're measured against. So back to Dr. Newey, so that she can give you examples of performance measures that were established related to prior funding requests or funding that was provided by the legislature. So.
thank you. Okay. So these are the ones that we will be reporting on this year. So in October and November of 2026, staff will go through and determine the measure for each one of these. These were associated with bills passed in maybe 2025, 2024, depending on how they got funded and how that measurement rolls out. Sometimes it takes a few years for the measurements to become applicable, right? If it's a 3-year program, we might not know. So a couple of examples just for your information. One, for example, is the number of grants awarded to LEAs who have not received funding in a prior year, and that's related to the capital projects. So that was a line item in which capital projects was funded by the legislature. They then want to know how many grants were actually awarded to LEAs, and that's what we report to them. So there are a couple more examples. We have a number of students earning prime credentials. This is for our program for system standards and accountability, a particular line item within that larger program. And we're going to report how many students across the entire state of Utah earned a prime credential in that year. So these are just a few examples as you're thinking about legislation for the 2027 year.
We have a question from Vice Chair Wood.
So did you create the performance measures, or does the legislature create the performance measure?
That's a great question. So it is supposed to be a joint activity. They're supposed to be set by us, but they have their own kind of standards and what is acceptable within their system. And so we try to make it a collaborative process where they say, send us your first drafts. They look over the first drafts, send us some feedback, then we adopt their feedback and keep going. So it's really meant to be a collaborative process between both the legislative level and here at the agency.
Because it looked like some of those are inputs where
Yes.
number of something, which at the end doesn't actually give you an outcome. Some of them
100%.
lower below were outcome based, where performance, a number of credentials received through Prime, that's an outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that we can make sure in the future that we're really looking at outcomes rather than the inputs?
Yes, because the superintendent told us that's what we're going to do. So, yes, we do whatever she says. You're right. So this ties directly into, so we appreciate the question, Chair, because it ties into what the superintendent reported to you yesterday and what the way ahead is there. So we could actually end up in a space where we're still, beholden to these performance measures that are done by or in support of the Budgetary Procedures Act, which also translates to a process that's called the accountable budget process. So if you hear that, just try to lock that in your gray matter, right? Accountable budget process, right? when you hear those words, you hear those terms, when Ben Leishman or Rochelle or Kiki say, hey, as part of the accountable budget process, these are the programs we're looking at, it all ties in and it's all really regulated by the Budgetary Procedures Act. But that doesn't mean that at the superintendent's direction but through the superintendent's leadership at your direction, in accordance with and support of your strategic plan, that we can't become more outcomes based, right? That we can't identify, using the tool that's the balanced scorecard, all the things that she articulated so well yesterday in her report to you. We're headed in a good direction there. So the only constraint we have really, or the lack of resources, time. Before we know it, it's going to be January and we're into the next session. So that's why we're really trying to provide you with as much information so that on the timeline and what's expected or what's required by law, so that we can try to beat that time devil. So. I think the superintendent might want to say something, or I don't know. I'm not the chair, so I don't know.
I actually would. You are absolutely right. And just another point, all agencies that are under the governor, which we are not, we are under a board per the Constitution, but all the government, the ones under the governor, they go through a process of being trained on the performance measures. They have to set performance measures with their LFA or whatever. We are going to have, they're doing a special training for us because we're not under the governor, so we didn't know about it. We weren't necessarily invited to that one. Not that we weren't, but we're not one of their agencies. But they are coming so that we can have a conversation with them, and our directors and above can really learn about and collaborate on measures that work for both of our needs, because I want them to be outcomes based, and they are not as concerned about outcomes based, but I'm not interested in having two sets of metrics. So we're going to work together and collaborate, and they are going to become outcomes based, but it's going to be within their structure so that it meets their needs as well. So that's what I was talking about yesterday about getting people rowing in the same direction and kind of bringing this together. It's not as easy as it should be, but with joint trainings and conversations, I'm confident we can get there.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, actually, go back to that slide, please. So again, I just want to hover a little bit more over this. So it's not only performance alignment to what's mandated or required by the Budgetary Procedures Act, but we do have an opportunity here to be relevant in the scale of in the sense of what the superintendent just articulated, that we can become more outcomes based or, in that direction. Now's the time, right, to start to build not only your request for funding, fund the plan, right, but then also identify what long-term vision, what short-term and long-term vision you all have with the superintendent helping us and leading us to meet your key or core objectives of your strategic plan. So I think that we're right there. We're right in that space with Superintendent Hart coming on board. And, whatever you do put forward, I think we're in really in sync with let's move more towards an outcomes-based performance and really be able to quantifiably measure what differences the levels of funding are making currently and what future levels will make in the future for our kids, teachers, everyone, all our constituents. So,
Member Longacre.
Yeah, I just have a question. How many legislative requests do you think is a good number? I've only been through one session, and I think we had like 10 legislative requests. I mean, at what point is it like 7, 8, and 9? They're never. Is it 4? Is it 5? Just so we can start thinking about just so we can start thinking about it.
Yeah, so I use this term a lot. You're probably all sick of hearing it. Anything is possible, but everything is not. So I really think the expectation of you, not only from your peers in the legislature, but from your teachers and from your students, is please try to help us identify 4 or 5 really high impact funding requirements that you have determined likely would mean, I don't know, higher literacy rates, or could help with the absenteeism issues, or more funding for special education students, those types of things. There's already processes in place with the Joint Legislative Committee, where it's a bottom-up approach from districts that provide that. And I'll get to this in the backups, but short answer is really we seem to have the most success in years where the board comes with really 3 to 5 core, these are the ones that we think will make the most impact in these particular areas, whatever you determine those are, literacy, what have you. We tend to have success, and we'll show a little bit more about that here in a minute. So does that answer the question, sir? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in an ideal or a perfect world, when I taught my kids how to budget, I said, okay, son, daughter, you get, here's $100. You're like, wow, you gave your kids $100. Well, okay, yeah. But I said, what I want you to do, and this is just ours, is you take 10% and pay yourself first, put it in your savings account or do whatever. But you have to budget with a set amount, right? You give an amount. We don't really get that because public education, and hopefully my credentials here will nod their heads north and south. We're funded based on estimates of revenue that's going to come in, right? So it's a little different. It's really hard for anyone to say, well, you at this point in time, right? We do get there, really right on the cusp of the legislative session with that EAC meeting in December. It's really hard to say, well, hey, public education, you get $200 million, go out and budget against that, right? You're going to get $200 million of new money, right? And of that $200 million, this is how much is ongoing, and this is how much is one time. We don't really get that level of detail or fidelity until like the December, January timeframe, but it is what it is. We still have to meet the Budgetary Procedures Act. So what we try to do, since we're all of the understanding that we are funded by estimates, is we try to get to some kind of a consensus estimate of how much funding or revenue is going to come in. So this is what we're trying to accomplish here, is just to give you an idea, subject to change, on what the prediction is of how much we'll bring in from the income tax fund. Our economist, Nestor Rodriguez, checked this. Sam checked this as well. So you can see or extrapolate from this what the consensus is right now about what we can anticipate we'll receive from the income tax fund, or into the income tax fund from income tax proceeds. Typically, the legislature will say that's the amount of money that we're going to make available to K-12, higher ed, and or disabled, not disabled students, disabled adults, population, children, right? Excuse me, that came out from 2020 when they opened up the fund to that additional group of Utahns, of our citizens. So this is this is a shot in time. It's a snapshot in time of what we do, and it's updated by the economists. They track this. The tax commission tracks this, and then voila! In December with the EAC, we get more of a solid estimate of what the income tax fund, and then we move together into the session, and it's based on estimates. This is why we emphasize so strongly that when you adopt those estimates from the legislature, we communicate downward to the LEAs that the estimates are just that. They're estimates, subject to change. If we don't bring in that much revenue, then we have to make adjustments and so on, right? In an ideal world, we would know exactly how much we had right from the beginning, but this is the methodology. This is the way it's done. And a lot of our citizens don't understand that. A lot of our taxpayers are like, well, gosh, they said there was all this revenue coming in. Well, we're estimating it, and it could change. There could be COVID or something happens. So that's why we're trying to emphasize what you see in the dark blue box. The color didn't come out quite right there, about that emphasis of, hey, we always need to plan for that unplanned for event, right? That there could be a change to how much we're anticipating. Do you guys want to drill down a little bit more on these numbers, or okay? Yeah, next slide. So let's see. So as we get to, and I said this earlier, as we get to, and we've already started this process, is what are your priorities? And again, going back to Board Member Longacre's question, is my recommendation is try to, really come up with 3 to 5. If you start with a bigger list or a longer list, fine, but we typically end up having to pare it down. So it's really up to you on what process you want to take, because we get it. We understand that everybody's important. Every program's important. We understand that. It's not, and I don't say that in a tongue-in-cheek way or anything like that. It's just that anything is possible, but everything is not. And we're in the first tenet of economics, the allocation of scarce resources. You only have so much money. You only have so much to do it. So, just if we think that way, then we can, really try to generate that out. But anyway, here are your 3 goals that you've identified in the strategic plan. So let's, we want to try to align those 3 to 5 eventually to funding your goals. How do we elevate student learning, or what particular, and you're very open to creating a new program that you think might do it. You could come up with that as part of your formulation here. That's, staff will assist you in developing that if you so will it. Promote educator quality and effectiveness, and then optimize oversight and accountability. So as we're working together, and we think that we always need to keep these 3 goals in mind, right? So that when we do our exercise in July together and you're going through that, what we want, or what we're also planning to do is we drill down into those 22 line items and then all the programs within them, is we're going to really try to see, well, does this program accomplish or help accomplish 1, 2, or 3 of your goals, right? Does it support that? MSP, basic program, yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward. Beverly Taylor Sorensen will come up. What's the ProStart, the culinary, all very good, programs make differences for kids. But what makes the biggest differences, and what funding programs within those line items really fund your plan? You're the board. You're the ones that set the standards and all the great things to do to help our teachers teach and our children learn. So we'll stay focused on this. We'll keep moving through this together, because we are investing in the future, right? We are all about making positive differences to the education of our students, and then resourcing teachers to do that. And they're doing a great job. There's no question about it. Please don't take anything like, well, but we can improve. We can provide additional resources to them. As limited or scarce as they are, there is opportunity here. So that concludes the high-level review. So I'll just pause at your direction, Chair, for any questions or discussions related to the process. But then we do want to segue into some additional information or details related to how things turned out last year for your consideration in building for a better future stemming from 2027 legislative session. So,
yeah, thank you. Member Longacre.
With coming up with funding requests in July, will we also talk about things that we want to ask the legislators to repeal or?
Take that. Yes.
Yes, we have a form that has both the funding requests as well as policy requests. Sometimes those go together, but sometimes all we need is a code change. So that will be part of the process as well.
I don't see any additional lights, Scott.
Okay, sorry. So if we could go to the first backup item, or is that what it's called? Yeah, backup item, I guess. All right. So what you see in front of you here is a very good detailed breakout of what ended up being, to earlier questions, the board's priorities. I mean, we started, I think, with 12. And, like I said, when we got into the months of December, you as the board did a really good job of paring this down. So much so that I think it made a difference. I really do feel it did, in the fact that PEA, their top recommendation to EAC, which is part of the legislative process, right, was your request for paraeducators, right, in the early literacy vein, which to me ties into that academic excellence goal. I think that we can, tie that in pretty well now. So I'd like to turn it over to Director Yuri to unpack this a little bit more for you, because we want you to see, and again, in line with the question that was asked earlier about what do I recommend, this 3 to 5 really seems to make the difference. It seems to correlate well, and the legislature does, or at least PEA, tends to go with that. It's when we have too many longer lists that it gets a little bit more convoluted or difficult for PEA to make recommendations that align with yours. So go ahead, Sam.
Good afternoon. Sam Uri, Director. As Scott mentioned, though it's not exactly the same as your request, Senate Bill 241, the Early Literacy Program, passed and was funded with $25.6 million of new ongoing money. We did note here that the Beverly Taylor Sorensen request from the board received no new funding, though all existing funding did remain. There was no initiatives funded in the K-8 literacy numeracy space, though obviously literacy was funded above. There were no new USBE critical FTE positions funded, and the Master Pilot Program is no longer a pilot program, but rather than be funded for 2 years, it was just funded for 1 year at $2.4 million. So those were the results. As Scott mentioned, it does seem that having a little more narrowed focus allows the process to happen as it goes from the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee to EAC. Having that narrowed focus from the board really does seem to help. Any questions on this particular item? Okay, if we can go to the next one here. Same backup, but it's the second page. Sorry, just trying to confuse you. So if we can zoom in on that blue and green table, the graph below is the same information, just in a different format. So what this does is compares for the last 5 years funding levels in various forms. We have the WPU value there to start out. So back in 2023, it was at $4,038. We ended the last legislative session at $4,870. So overall, that's about a 20% increase over those last 5 years. As we move along, you'll notice obviously the inflationary increase. Just a reminder to the board and the public that that's a 5-year rolling average of inflation. So we've seen it kind of go up. We do expect it to kind of start going down a little bit. But we've seen that inflationary increase go up until it was 4.2% last year, whereas inversely, we've seen discretionary increases by the legislature go down from over 3% to, for the last 2 years, 0%. Total WPU increase 23-24 was 6%, down to 5 and 25, down to 4% this year, and then back up just due to the inflationary increase to 4.2% for the coming school year. It is interesting to me to look at these ongoing funding increases and how they've changed. The methodology here was just to measure income tax and TSSA increases. There's a lot of reallocations that have happened in the last few years, and so it can kind of be confusing if you look at it on a total basis. But if we look at the net increase in these specific line items, you'll see that from a high in 2024 of $641 million increased, we went down to a low of $107 million ongoing increase for this upcoming school year. As Scott showed, we're forecasting not a huge increase in income tax revenue going forward. Again, we'll have a lot better idea as we go proceed through the year in December and January. But I have not heard of anyone outside of our office projecting much larger increases than we've seen over the last couple of years. So it continues, I think, to be true that we'll see small ongoing funding increases and continue to see these one-time funding increases. If you look there at that second to last column, you see healthy infusions of one-time funding. And you can think of, so whoever's driving, if we can remain on that same table.
Oh, sorry. No, I said
it's
let's
okay.
go down. Sorry.
It's all right. So what we're showing here are the total one-time funds, and then right next to it is the Public Education Economic Stabilization Restricted Account, thank you, or PESRA, as we lovingly call it. And what that is, as you know, is a working rainy day fund. So we take new incoming income tax funds and it's put into the PESRA, and if we can fund the statutory obligations of inflation and enrollment growth and everything that we need to, then it's released on a one-time basis each year for other spending priorities that the legislature determines. And so we've seen healthy amounts of that one-time funding be released. We do expect that to continue. I know the board has been discussing, maybe tightening some guardrails on how that one-time funding is allocated and where, but we would expect to see that continue. So for the upcoming school year, we saw almost $400 million in one-time priorities. And if we scroll down now to the third page, those specific items comprising the $394 million are all listed here. Some of these are in code, so they're not necessarily always funded ongoing, but as long as there is this one-time funding, they are funded, such as educator professional time that's funded at $78.3 million. We see other things like teacher supplies, stipends for future educators, or some of those other things that are in code. And as long as we meet those statutory obligations, they'll be funded with this one-time funding. But again, there are other items that are funded just based on the legislator's priorities, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to actually jump in and ask a question since the mic was handed over to me for a second. I'll take advantage of it. Just a clarification. So, for example, on the fiscal year 27, if we go back to the green table, so it says the one-time funding is $366 million. The you were calling it what, PIRSA? Is that what you guys?
PISRA, yeah.
PISRA, was 394 million, and that's what it looks like the table below adds up to. Is that,
Right.
so is that 366 million in addition to the 394 million, or is the 366 part of?
Yeah, great question. I struggled with how to display this because that was the 366 million is the net one-time funding increase, so they're not separate. They're together. There were other reallocations taking place, and so everything netted out to 366 million, but 394 came from the PISRA, if you will.
Okay, and then another follow-up question, if I may. Because that's a big chunk of money. I'm looking at how much ongoing funding increased compared to the one-time or into that stabilization. My question would be, how much of the stabilization is the legislature using to fund these one-time compared to what's in that stabilization fund?
So almost all of it. I forget the exact total that was in the PISRA this year, but nearly all of it. It was right around 400 million. So there was only about $6 million that they didn't appropriate out.
So basically, it's like we were saving this money, but there wasn't a need, so now we can spend it. And then they'll
Statutorily, yes.
And then they'll refund
yes.
it the next year.
Statutorily, as it, yeah.
Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator. I was, after the Finance Committee discussion, I was trying to think of a good analogy, and I'm workshopping this on y'all. So let's just take a personal finance analogy. Rather than having, a set salary, let's say you have a commission-based job and it fluctuates wildly, right? Well, if you have that kind of income, you need to have a healthy amount in the bank for those lean months, correct? And you wouldn't you wouldn't add a car payment that costs every single month unless you are sure. You probably wait a while to see if you're actually earning more in commissions. So PISRA is essentially that. It's a way, because income taxes are inherently unstable and are tied to the economy, and we don't want to be in the situation where we have to cut the WPU value. They wanted a mechanism to bank ongoing spending. And so, that has built up. You can see it's building up to about 400 million. In a good year, we can spend that maybe not on a car payment, but maybe go out to eat every once in a while, because you can cut that out much more easily than get rid of a vehicle. And so it's essentially, we spend it down in one-time funds, but then we can use that as ongoing funds in a bad year. But in that case, that would be like a permanent reduction of that amount. I hope that's helpful. And the one-time funding is essentially, PISRA is the funding source for one-time funding. There's very much, there's essentially nothing else that's one-time funding. It's PISRA now. I hope that helps.
Member Earl?
What can't that money be spent on? Are there restrictions? It's a trick question. So just letting you know right now when I ask you. I do know the answer.
This is dangerous.
It's going to read you the code.
Oh, read me the code. That would be great.
Sorry, all of the legislature's budget website links are dead today.
I know they were dead yesterday too. So it's okay. It's okay if you don't have it, but are there any restrictions, I guess?
Okay.
Does it have to be stay in our accounts?
Once it's in there.
So if it's in the stabilization account, it has to stay in education? Is that a new rule?
don't know if it's new, but
I'm just wondering what the parameters were that they can remove 50 million.
Okay. In the section of the code is 53F-9-204, Public Education Economic Stabilization Restricted Account. In section 3B, it says it can be used to fund the minimum school program for a year in which income tax fund revenue is insufficient to fund ongoing appropriations to the public ed system and enrollment growth and inflation estimates. Let's see. It does give those one-time appropriations, but there may be space to add something to say it's more restricted.
Okay. I'll be pondering that when we get to what Aaron wants of that kind of code, right? Is that code change? So there really isn't, there could be flexibility in there, or there's just not really.
Please.
The main restriction is the ongoing versus one time. So you can use it one time fairly, that, how broadly, but you can't use it for ongoing except for these circumstances. But, and I know the intention because it says education. I don't know the exact restrictions in the code.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I've got Member Davis, but hold on.
Just quickly, someone just asked, is PSRA the stabilization account? So for any board members who are wondering, PSRA is the stabilization account. The rainy day fund also, AKA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott, go ahead.
Well, my staff made up that acronym just so I trip over it every time to do it. So it's just Economic Stabilization Account, okay? Can we just go with that? So, okay. No, it's fun. Can we go to the next? You good with this, right? Okay. Restricted, yes. Okay, so for your review is the draft. My understanding is the JLC is meeting tonight to see if they're going to finalize or ratify these. But my great gratitude towards JLC for letting us make you situationally aware about what this is what they're looking at, and here they're about they've identified 4 priorities going into next legislative session, right? So here too, I think they see the traction that is gained by, really trying to emphasize somewhere between 3 to 5, 3 to 6 at the most. I would say 6 at the most top priorities. And these are in a general sense. So like when you look at and see the, special education funding, I'm sure more details will come out and get developed from them or by them on towards amounts, right? That's just part of the process. Is let's start at this high level first. What are our 4 core things that fund our plan and what we think would make the biggest impacts at this point based on all the situations going on in the LEAs, and and then they move towards that accordingly. There's a lot to be said if there's joint or similar requests made by you and them. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to get into the space of whether, the legislature should prioritize JLC recommendations over the boards or those types of things either. But, this is a good indication of what is being, at least in the district sense, brought up. But is the State Board of Education, you're encompassing all of not just districts but charter schools as well, and we need to honor that. So anyway, this is just for you to see their perspective and where they're headed, strategically, their strategic plan to fund education or increase funding for education along those 4 tenets, or some changes, statutory changes.
Scott,
any questions or comments?
Yeah, just quickly, I appreciate these 4 priorities. I think they're good. But the second bullet, it says fulfill prior commitment to increase funding. Do you know what that is? Do you know what the prior commitment is? Oh, okay. That was statutory increase every year. Got it. That was quick. I shouldn't have asked you.
And they have,
Can you push your button, Member Davis?
I did this yesterday. I'm sorry. Is that why both of those are there? I was wondering because early literacy is already funded with ongoing funding, and so is at-risk students. They're just saying, don't change it.
Chair, can I explain a little bit of history? Sorry. Around the same time, this was 2021, there used to be a program called EARS, the Enhancement for At-Risk Students. It was about $60 million. Part of the funding study that came out, the board's funding study, was that there should be an actual weight for at-risk students, which got defined for qualifying for free and reduced price lunch, economically disadvantaged, and English language learners. The goal is essentially a $300 million program, and they said we're going to phase it in over 10 years. So when you hear them talk about we're going to fund another increment, it's basically $25 million with inflation goes up. That's how you get to 300 million. You're like 10 times 25 is not 300 million. So essentially they're saying fund another increment on that, add another $25 million to the at-risk add-on in the basic school program.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
Is there something in code that says that they're required to do that?
It gives, so the code says it has these goal weights, and then it says that the EAC will essentially recommend whether that increment gets funded or not.
I see.
So you know, and of the 5-year period, I think 3 have been funded. We funded 3 or 4 of those increments. So we're not halfway there. We're about a third of the way there.
Okay.
And it's, you know, it's 100 or so million now.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood.
but haven't they at times also been reallocating in order to fund? That's how we lost the early literacy funding, the K through 3 school counselor funding.
Yeah.
They pulled it and filled the hole with something else.
Yeah, and I think Vice Chair Wood has hit the nail on the head. That's the concern, right? Well, should we have to reallocate to meet the statutory requirement of increasing the funding? So there'll be more about that this year, I'm sure. So can we go to your direction, Chair, can we go to the next backup? Or let's see, next backup. Okay, so here's the budget, Budgetary Procedures Act. So is that it? Yeah. Okay, so, but I'm not going to go through that. Yeah, I was going to go through it all, but they say, well, I'm time limited, so, you know. Then really useful tool, I carry this with me in my bag everywhere. You know, Elise, our comms team, everybody works to put this together. So, you know, I would encourage you to also carry it with you because, boy, it's a good reference. We have little, you know, the little tabs for particular bills and things like that seem to have like 241. Man, that page is worn out in mine. So anyway, this is where, you know, this is the summary of basically where we landed last year. You know, 4.2%, et cetera, the new programs, those types of things too. I think this is also a useful tool for you as an individual, but then as a body to take a look and say, you know what, we might want to prioritize more funding for this one or less, you know, and there's nothing against you even looking at reallocations, right? Well, maybe we don't need so much here where we can reallocate and put over here because this seems to be making a bigger difference or more high payoff towards our 3 goals. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys can do that too without being told you have to do that. So I just want to make sure that you know about that too. So can we go to the next backup? That's it? I thought we had the 4% increase chart in here. Was that the first one? Yeah, okay. Well, so I just want to make sure that too, we've had board members say, hey, I'm hearing this narrative that public education overall got a 4% increase last year, right? So that's where you see that. If you go back up to the top on the chart there, it says, overall there was a 4% increase. Well, as Dell, my alter personality, Dell Frost, would say here, yeah, that's true. But then you got to start to look at, well, within the minimum school program, three main areas, right? Basic program, related to basic, and the voted and board, right? Well, among that 4%, right? Okay, go ahead, Dal. Tell him what it is. No, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I had no idea it was there. Sometimes I try to channel
You can just
Scott.
put your hand in my back, and I can just go.
No,
like that. You can do that. So whatever.
On a dollar amount basis, the majority of that increase is local property taxes growth that's occurring because of school district increases. Part of that's also growth of the charter school local levy. So it's really like, how are you looking at it? Was it a 4% increase of the uniform school fund? The answer to that is no. Overall funding in the MSP did increase by 4%.
If I can also add, there's wide variability in how some of the reallocations have affected LEAs, and of course, a wide variability in their local property tax situations. And so while the 4% number is valid overall, we see LEAs that are severely impacted by certain program reductions and others that are not impacted at all or maybe positively impacted by other changes. So,
and that's why you'll see articles with certain districts talking about like a 1% increase or a 2% increase. Well, you also see some that are above the 4%. I haven't seen articles on that. Maybe it just doesn't make the news. And it does average out to that. And so that's what makes the narrative process of this complicated.
Yeah, I've got a question from Member Booth. I know Member Davis is asking a question, but she doesn't have her microphone on, and I'm going to harass her until December 31st to turn her mic on. Don't say it without a mic. This is the whole thing. Let's go to Member Booth.
Okay, so we are in a really nice, cushy situation here because we are shielded from our constituents. We can talk about, oh, this is important, this is where we should put our money, and this is what we should do, and oh, we should cut this. Well, shielded. I mean, yeah, we do get a few thousand emails and a bunch of phone calls, but they're not here. Now, when I was on local board for 16 years, they were always there, and especially when it came to any discussion about property taxes increases and budgets and what in the world are you spending all of this money for, because I'm on I've retired and I have nothing. And so anyway, I'm just remembering all of those neighbors of mine there in the boardroom, and I think it might not be unhealthy for us to imagine a few more of those neighbors here in this room with us as we're setting these priorities and as we are discussing how we're really going to go about what are we going to put where are we going to put our focus, and how are we going to manage these amazing resources that we have to manage and over which we have oversight responsibilities, because in the final analysis, the decisions that we are making, even though many of them will be superseded by the higher board up on the hill, we still have to face those people in the grocery store, and we've still got classrooms full of kids. And so I'm just putting it out there that all of this really good information that we're getting in this training, which I feel, have I been absent on previous years? It feels more comprehensive than in terms of a preparation and let's get ready, set, go team than it has been for the last couple of years. So thank you very much for this review and at least getting all of our minds tuned into this process. But let's remember the fact that we don't have to listen to the sad stories, but we should remember those sad stories as we're trying to figure out how to use these resources in the very best way possible. I'm so grateful that we have this team and the backup of endless folks in the agency who are helping us figure out how the best way might be to use these resources. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, just to talk to Board Member Booth's point, you gave us time. I mean, by designating this topic as a study session item, we have covered these, but they've been kind of piecemealed, right, as part of a different agenda item. But dedicating time to this is why I think you're seeing this too. It's not that we haven't covered the process before. It's not to do it, but it's been pretty much separated amongst different items, different months, so we appreciate the opportunity. I know Dell does, to sit in front of you and say, here's how it goes. So, right, Dell? I mean, good. Okay, thank you. All right. So, thank you. Thank you for the time, because that is the scarcest resource and when it comes to public education is time. So thank you for the time to do this. But there's more to follow, right? Doesn't end here. We have your July meeting. We have all these things too. So I know, optimistic here I am. So then now we can get into the legislative priorities. This is an action item. If you want to start anything here, then it's at your direction, sir. Subject to questions or concerns, that concludes the session.
We do have a comment or question from Member Lear, but I do want to let the board know we do need to hopefully we are thinking of things. Many times we have conversations as we get nearer in October, November, even December, we say, oh, well, what about this? And we are behind the timeline if we're going that late. So please have those conversations. Let's get some things put together, get moving. Member Lear.
Thanks. This is just brief. It struck me, especially Randy's comments maybe prompted this, and that is, it seems like increasingly, it's not only we need to see what our priorities are and ask for those, but it doesn't seem like we get new money. It seems like the legislature takes from something else and then perhaps maybe funds a priority. So I'm thinking maybe we start saying maybe give them some suggestions about, if you're not going to give us new money, only, of course, say this more tactfully than I ever would, but you're not going to give us new money, so this particular fund is not particularly effective, or it costs us more than we really benefit. So if we could maybe make those suggestions going forward, seeing now, we've been slow, or I've been slow, but we're not getting new money. So let's see where we would choose to have them take from. Am I crazy? I mean, you can.
A little bit, but the question can still be answered.
This is kind of don't answer that question.
Sorry.
That was rhetorical.
So, Member Lear, thank you for your comments. So, if you actually look at the backup that we
go back
showed,
to the
that
backup
green
with the
and
green
blue
chart?
table,
Yeah, please. Yeah, that one.
So, on that bottom line for fiscal year 27, our coming school year, the inflationary WPU increase was 4.2%. Now, at the amount of WPUs that we have projected, again, it's the coming school year, so it is all projection, but at the amount that we've projected, that 4.2% costs about $190 million. And if you look at our total ongoing funding increase there, it's 107. So there is a difference there, and we saw, again, this is, it's hard with all of the different funding sources to get to agreeable numbers. So I use total income tax, uniform school fund, and TSSA to come to this number if someone out there is trying to recreate it. But there were a lot of reallocations that needed to happen just to make the 4.2% WPU statutorily required inflationary increase. So
Can we move? I've got Member Davis, and I know we have a full afternoon still.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. So Member Davis, go ahead.
Is it time for motions or no?
Was this portion, I can't remember.
Didn't we just move into the
it's
action
motion
item? Didn't we just move into the action item? It is always time.
Couple
Member
of
Carey, I think I shall make a
ideas,
motion.
but then we can do the action item. Yeah, if you'd like.
So yes now or later?
So
Go for
sorry.
it.
Go for it. Is that
Go for
that would fit here? Okay, go ahead, Member Davis.
These motions don't speak to what's on the front of the board here, looking at just our top priorities, but there are 6 requests for staff to make potential funding request forms, so the board will have greater information to determine if they want to use those for their priorities that the Finance Committee had voted on, but I'm going to move those again here to save a month, because otherwise we have to wait till August and then go back and do whatever. So I don't know if we can get those motions on the board. I'll just start with, can I say it this way? I'd like to move that the potential funding request forms be created by staff that were voted upon by the Finance Committee, or do I have to do all the language again? And can I explain what one is the chart that you just saw with our current top priorities from this year. I'm asking for a funding request form to be made so we can decide if we want to keep them or not. And then the only one that's different was also the locally elected board's top priority, which was a special education funding request. And a little change that we made today is asking for that to be modeled into what it could look like financially for phase-in. And we wouldn't be voting on these as priorities. We would be voting on our staff to create the info forms that we then talk about. I think we need a board vote for the staff to create. I think we do. In the past, haven't we?
We've done it that way in the past so that staff, to assure that the board has directed staff to work on that in your interest of, making an informed decision, to your point, through the chair, to your point. So it does help us because, and then, earlier in Finance Committee, since you don't meet in July is really a good month for us to work, right, to get ready for August. So if we can have as much guidance or direction to put things together for you to consider in August, that's great. Otherwise, if we wait till August to do it, then we only have 30 days, and not even that, 3 weeks till the next board meeting. I hope that makes sense. But,
yes,
so
and
yes,
Chair,
short answer, yes.
I did misspeak, Chair. The committee only did 4. The committee only did the 4 bottom on the chart that we just saw of our current funding requests, and then asked for the special education.
Right, so let's get your motion.
By the Finance Committee. Oh, you put Finance, sir. Yeah, and not approved for a funding request, approved for creation of the info form, basically.
Which you're calling, we call it business plan.
We're calling what are we calling it this year? A request for funding. Request for funding.
Request for funding within the form that is request for funding and/or statutory changes.
Yes, and we can put the chart up that we just saw in our last study session if anyone needs to see those again. Those are our current funding priorities.
Well, they were in there too. It's the first one.
So, Member Davis, does that the requests for funding that were voted upon by the committee during this morning's Finance Committee meeting, June 5th, 2026, be approved for development? Is that
yes.
your motion?
Well, yes,
I
for
do
the
want
info sheet to be developed.
I thought that the motion, you're saying it's the list. I don't believe that 1 was on there, was it? I thought
Number one was
Boggers-
not. That's why I just said I misspoke, and it was
Okay.
the bottom 4 plus the special education
Plus special ed, yes.
with the amendment today of
And Christina is seconding the motion. So back to you to speak to it, Member Davis.
is it possible to look back at the chart that we just saw?
If we have somebody
Can
who's
someone put
driving,
that on the
can pull
screen?
that up.
Maybe. So it was everything minus number 1 because number 1 was already funded with ongoing funding. So it was 2 through 5. We could talk about those. And then it was the special education, look at increasing those self-contained students to a 2.5 WPU and model what some scenarios that phase in roll-ins could look like financially.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Next, yeah, we can ask questions, yeah. Member Davis just spoke to it. I've got Member Carey on next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure what's being requested. At first, I thought it was kind of like the legislative priority form that Deputy Nui prepared for law and licensing, which would just be a form that if you want to prioritize something legislatively, you fill it out. Is that what we're looking for? Are these forms going to include finance priorities or board priorities? Is this a blank form that we all fill out, or is this something that's going to be presented and tied into previous funding requests? Does that make sense? Because I'm not I thought I was sure until we saw the last screen with those funding.
Yeah. Member Davis.
Through the chair.
Those were our previous funding requests, and we're asking that should the board decide to continue those, we want to see the info sheet. So we're asking staff to make the info sheets for those so we can decide if we want to continue those or not. This is just to direct them to make the funding request info sheet, not to make the funding request.
Understood. So the chair. So we would get the info sheet on these particular programs, and would you be willing to allow that list to be expanded at this time?
May I respond?
Yeah.
Any board member can add any item to ask for them to make an info sheet for the board to vote on. So absolutely.
Okay. Then
I don't know if it would be in this motion, but it would be in a subsequent motion. These are just the ones that Finance Committee already voted on this morning.
Right. But what I would just say is if we could do a substitute motion that would say, or other, programs or areas that board members want to see the info sheet, then I think this would be a good opportunity just for all of us to get them on in this motion, unless there's a particular reason to say, I just want
to save time.
Right. Like the Purple Star program. I want to see the info sheet on that program. Just by way of example. So instead of saying, let me make a separate motion, let's do this.
To save time.
That's what I would say. So if you would be willing just to say, or other programs, or however you want to word it, but
we'd have to list those now, right?
Yes, I agree.
So, but I guess procedurally, is that something we can do or no?
Yeah, so you have a motion before us here. It doesn't, this one simply, so if you want to amend the motion, I guess the short answer is, if you want to amend the motion, we can. We have a motion, we can either do a substitute, we can do an amendment. An amendment would just be simply, let's add some things. You can, I believe you could amend it by adding.
Amendment would be add the Purple Star program.
Yeah, that would just be an amendment too.
Okay.
Yeah. So with that, I'll go back to Member Carey, who had the mic, and then if you want to make motions now or pass, I believe that Member Boggis, if you have a point of information or clarity or.
Point of clarification.
Okay.
So what it sounds to me like is that we're conflating an information request with a motion, because as I understand Member Carey when he speaks, he's not asking for legislative funding. He's asking for information about how it's previously been done.
I'm not sure what Member Carey's asking for. Go ahead, Member Carey. Hit that button, though.
Yeah, I just want the same information that is being requested on last year's funding priorities that are being represented on the chart that was just shown to the board. So like we have Beverly Taylor Sorensen, the same information that's going to be produced by Scott and his team for that, I would want to see for the Purple Star program.
So may I?
Well, if I can seek clarity, I think this is what you're saying, though. Member Carey is, sorry, let me just make sure we're on the same page. These are legislative requests. Purple Star is not a legislatively funded. That's something. So I think you could just simply ask this team up here, hey, what's the I hope that's a good story. I think you could simply request of staff. It wouldn't necessarily fall in this. Am I missing something, Scott? I don't know which mic is. You guys all have.
I believe it's board funded.
Tell you.
So these particular ones that were, just kidding, neither of us. Okay. The funding requests are on the board right here. So what we are proposing that we will bring to the full board in August will be 4 of these documents, and each title will be, or 5 of these documents, each title will be different based on the program that we are looking to go to the legislature and say, we would like more money for this program. So in this case, it's additional WPUs for SPED self-contained. We'll go through and we'll say, you know, what staff members are in charge of this? What do we hope to see as a result of additional funding in this program? Why are we asking for additional funding? And that's the kind of thing that we'll bring to you based on this motion in August.
So if you want additional funding from the legislator for, we'll use Purple Star since that's the example, then we would find out first what we're spending here, and then we would say why we want the money from the legislator. I think that's this process here. I think we're speaking 2 different things. Go ahead, Member Carey.
So just a point of information, Chair, who then can fill out this form and submit it? It's any board member. It doesn't take a committee vote. And I guess that's why I'm a little confused that we're doing this here when Board Member Davis or any one of us could submit this same request individually, right? So why, and maybe that's where my confusion comes in, why are we processing this through board vote when any member at any time up to whatever the cutoff date is can just submit this? That might help me better understand.
And that might be, that brings up a valid point. And I don't know what the exact motion was. Was it to bring to the board for approval, or was it in committee to say, yeah, start working on these? And that was my understanding. In committee, it was put these together for us. So I think what Joe is saying is correct. We've kind of opened it up to say, look, board members, submit what you want. We'll get the information gathered, and then we'll bring it to the board to say, yeah, we want or don't want these items. Member, hold on one second. Go ahead, Member
In
Davis.
committee, I said, what process are we using this year? Are we going to continue going through committee and then full board and then make, or are we going to, as sort of morphed into last year, having individual board members just say, can you make a business case? And then they make 30 business cases if we look at all of them. That's what I was asking this morning, committee. But I also just learned that, when I didn't know this, Purple Star is paid for by sponsoring organizations. So if you're asking for new monies from the legislate, what?
Let's not get buried in that yet. Let's stay.
Okay,
We're using that as an example of, can we do this or that, right? And that's what we're saying. Yeah, you can get the information, and then, I mean, that example might be an example of, yeah, this does not qualify for a legislative request, or here's how it does. But it goes back to your point, and Scott, maybe you can help us out. I know we've done previous years. Things have changed, obviously, since this team has sat up here. But what does that look like? Does it create chaos when individual board members just start throwing everything at you, or is there wisdom in having it go through a committee, full board, and then back to full board? Go ahead, please.
It just from a purely process management perspective, it just really helps if we do it publicly in the sense of, board members individually are still doing it, like what Board Member Davis is doing, what Board Member Carey is doing, so that staff are aligned with moving towards August of bringing them all back to you, right? I'm not going to say, no, you can't, Board Member Carey can't call me 2 days from now and say, hey, Scott, fill the form out for, how much it would cost to move the rock from A to B. No, it's up to you. It's just that a lot of times I've had board members say, well, I didn't know you were working on that. Well, I didn't know you were, so it's kind of like just how controlled do you want to make the process, right? Here's your opportunity where each individual board member is part of the body can bring this up. It helps us as staff to be aligned with working towards that, because parallel to your direction on what to do, to work towards for the August meeting, staff are coming up with their ideas, which you also want to see. So that's work, right? And if an individual board member contacts us, we're not going to say no, but it just helps to manage the process a lot better. And everybody's aware of what has been asked for, so that we as your staff can synchronize and collaborate on getting to what right is to present to you in the board. That's all. It's just technique. It doesn't mean that, like I said, I won't, if board member Carey calls me, I'll take his call and he'll say, you do it. You can still do that too. It's just this process where we're all together in front, you can hear each other and see which you're going to hopefully move towards unification of your requests in August, September, October. That's all. So July is a really good month for us to work for, since you're not meeting. So anyway, sorry,
That's
long
okay.
answer. So
I've got a few lights here. I've got a motion before us. Let's go to Member Lear.
I just had a question that I'm still not clear about. So I thought two different things. So what we're seeing on the board, are those the priorities determined in the Finance Committee this morning, or are they left over from last year? They're last year's priorities. So if I were to ask you the USBE critical FTE funding, what would those be for? That's not anything new. It's what's left over from last year.
My assumption is that FTE need will be reassessed. Do we still need them in the same,
I thought it was just curious that it's almost
configurations?
exactly
It
the
is
350 million that we ask for from discretionary funds.
It's basically, this is how we start the process annually. We bring our priorities from last year to the Finance Committee and determine, do we want to continue a conversation about our current top priorities for the next year?
Okay.
And if we do, then we ask for these info sheet, AKA business case, AKA funding request form, so that the board can then have the conversation if we in fact do want to continue that.
So this is not new. It just
Correct, except for one
continued.
new is the special education funding. There's one new one. It's not on that square. You already passed it in the last full board meeting, and we amended it today to provide some modeling for a phase-in program since the price tag was so high.
Gotcha. Okay, now I understand better. Thank you.
Member Earl.
Yeah, so just a quick question. I'm trying to get some clarity, and it was probably explained and I missed it. Scott would like it to come to a public meeting prior to developing a plan. Is that an accurate statement? Do we have another public meeting before developing a plan? Although he did say we could call him, he would do it. I'm not saying that, but it sounded like it would be nice if it could come to a public meeting, but there are no more public meetings before?
When we do our workshop in July, we're going to look over some of these things. One of the things that I'd like to do, and I know that the legislator would like us to do, is say, okay, these are your priorities. Where's that money coming from?
Okay.
Right. So we got a heavy lift.
So if
in
we
July
still
to
have
look at
something,
these.
we would give it to Scott, or we have to wait for July?
Scott is open to receiving anything you ask me for. I won't say no. It's just
Okay, that's
it's
all I
just-
needed to
yeah,
know. We're
yes.
good.
But I do want to
I got
want
my
to say
list.
that you still have opportunity even after August, September. I mean, as we move along the timeline, right? The first major milestone is the submission to the governor's office that is required by law, right? So you'll still be able to say,
Right,
okay, let's think
right.
about this now, or let's add this now. It's just time, right? It's the timeline. That's it.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I've got the
I
timeline in
understand
my
what you're
mind,
saying.
and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
okay, if we're going to be really discuss these in August, to kind of a more formal, there is technically no, other than I guess the workshop.
Well, I'm also confused by she switched sides of the room too. So I meant to say that too. So what's going on?
And I'm
there?
going to switch
Just
again.
call her Sarah and move on. Yeah, okay, board members, again, we have a lot ahead of us still. Elise has some legislative priorities to cover as well. I've got a couple lights. Let's keep moving forward, but please try to keep your comments or questions concise, and then I'd ask answers to be brief as well, as much as possible. Member Davis?
Just a quick reminder, that date is typically around October 15th, where we meet with the governor. So yes, there's August, there's September, maybe even some change of tweaks in October. But beyond that, we can do it, but it looks bad.
Member Booth?
The bottom line is just if you know today that you're very interested in something and you want them to pursue it, it gives them more lead time. And in respect to their load, I would just give them as much time as we possibly can. So there's no need to wait till July. If you know for sure you're really interested in DLI or you're interested in Purple Heart or whatever it is that you're interested in, that gives them greater amount of time to get the work done that you're interested in having done. Thank you.
Member Carey?
So can I add the purple star to this list, or do I need a separate motion? Like,
Is there an amendment? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
You'd
thank
like to
you.
make an amendment?
so I'd like to make an amendment that we add the purple star program to this list.
The motion is that we add the Purple Star program to this list. Is there a second? Not hearing one? Let's go back to the,
That was a lot of
let's pause,
back and
let's
forth
pause
for
again.
nothing. Like, oh, I do.
Okay, so that brings us back to this list here. Vice Chair Wood.
I'd like to ask the USDB funding request to this motion.
There's a motion to amend to add a USDB funding request. Is there a second? There's a second. Do you want to speak to that?
Well, we know that the staff is bringing a request to us on Tuesday in our board meeting. We have a $3 million contingency sitting out there. We can't do that every single year. So there's something has to be done. Now that we've been doing the data, now that we've been following all the new rules, since they said give them more time, I'm giving them 4 more days.
Okay, Member Lear?
So what would the money, what is the money to fund? And sorry if that's naive, but what is the?
We had a 27 RIF. 27 employees were RIFed because we were trying to get into balance. So there's certain positions that are critical that are not filled right now because the money isn't there.
Okay.
So
That helps, thanks.
I think the funding request, I think we'll discuss on Tuesday, we'll understand the big picture of it all. I just thought as we're adding items for increased funding from the legislature, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote on this amendment, and that is to add USDB funding request to the list. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to the main motion. And let's see if we can scroll down. That is the requests for funding forms that were voted on upon by the committee during this morning's Finance Committee meeting, which is June 5th, 2026, be approved for development and presentation to the full board in August. Here's the list. It's BTS, K-8 numeracy literacy, USBE critical FTE funding, master pilot program, additional WPUs for the SPED self-contained program, and the newly added, not voted on in committee, the USDB funding. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Seeing no lights, I think we can move on. Elise, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, I understand it is Friday afternoon and we are all very tired and glazing over, but I also think this is incredibly important. So if you guys will stay with me, we'll make it quick. Based on this conversation that we've just had, we're going to take a different approach this year when it comes to legislative priorities. We have our funding priorities, we have the things that we ask for in code, but looking at the way that the legislature has changed over the last few years, we think it would be really helpful for you to come up with some large overarching umbrella priorities that you can then direct us as staff in guiding our conversations with legislators over the next year, right? So what would make an effective legislative priority when we're talking about it in this context? I think 2 or 3, just like Scott was saying, or Deputy Jones, the fewer that you have, the more concentrated we can be. Additionally, this legislative priority list should be things that are systematic. So maybe not specifically tied to a funding program, but what are things that you would like to see differently in our education system that the legislature can control? Do you want to throw on that?
Molly, go ahead.
We're talking, sorry, I got distracted for a minute. Are we talking about the broad overall that we were, have you shared with them the USSA, like what JLC put forward as an example? So you saw the really broad kind of overall. Okay, thanks. Just making sure, just catching up.
Yep. And then the final thing that might be helpful is if it has broad appeal. So we're not talking about things that are really ideological, but things that are structural that, anybody in the legislature might be able to get behind or anybody in the education community. So how is this different from what we do in October when we go through each of those funding requests and prioritize them? These are systematic, they're overarching, and it's how the education system behaves and operates in the state of Utah. So if for a second, you guys have done the down in the weeds implementation work the last 2 days, hard stuff in putting legislation into rules. There's been moments of frustration and tension. I want you to think about those for just a second, things that have frustrated you about the implementation process of the 2026 session, and then what could we do differently, or how would we approach the legislature differently in this next year based on those particular frustrations that you have. This is the perfect time to do that. So a couple of reasons why, as you're thinking about that, this gives all of us an end goal. So whether it's me, whether it is Superintendent Hart, whether it's one of you that are approaching the legislature, we have these things in mind that say these are the things that we're really working toward, regardless of the program that we're talking about, regardless of the bill that a legislature wants to run. You can say, how does it align with this overarching priority that we have? It also gives you a rubric that as legislators come to you and say, hey, these are things I would like to do, you can say, okay, these are the things that the board wants to accomplish. This may not be a program we were interested in, but it does help us get to our end goal of better academic outcomes or whatever it may be that's our priority. And just as a reminder, we have tons of things to implement in the next year. The more that we can focus preemptively right now in how we approach our 2027 session, the better this is going to look next year. If we can be really focused in the way that we talk to our legislators and that we approach them and we work with them, we can make this hopefully smaller in the last 5 little boxes and higher in the first box. So, what are your current priorities from your vision? We've got elevate student learning, promoting educator equality and effectiveness, and then optimizing oversight and accountability. So over the last 2 board meetings, as I've been sitting through your meetings and listening to the things that come up, I've tried to come up with a list of potential priorities or examples of things that I hear you all talking about as being areas of tension or frustration or areas where we could improve as an education system. So I'm going to present those to you. These are just ideas. You can take them or leave them. But I would love for this group to vote on, make motions, and then vote on 2 to 3 overarching priorities that then we can take as staff over the next few months. Does that make sense? Okay. Here are a few that I have heard from all of you. 1, yesterday when we talked about the contracts, there was a lot of interest in tightening up our RFA process, right? How do we know that the RFAs that are coming before the legislature are ones that align with your vision and are tied to real outcomes for students? So maybe a priority is that all appropriations are outcomes based. Another one, standards reviews. As we've been talking about all of the different standards reviews that we want to do, we want to make sure that those are funded. Up until now, we haven't had a funding stream specific for standards reviews, but we're at the same time getting more requests from legislators to change our standards. So how can we make sure that no matter what bill is passed, we are supporting our standards review and revision process? Another one, legislation implementation capacity at USBE. We are not asking for, when we talk about our FTEs here at USBE, oftentimes those are connected directly to legislation. So as a group effort, we could go into the legislative session saying, okay, no matter what you want to do, legislature, just make sure that you are allowing USBE to fully implement and evaluate all of the programs that you want to implement. It doesn't matter what you do as long as you can fund that part as well. Maybe it's appropriate funding formulas for students. And this goes with the next one, the special education students. I know that one has come up in different capacities. So maybe it's about the funding formulas, that our funding formulas are well thought out and worked through. Maybe it's just the WPU increase is the most important. We just want to give as much financial flexibility to LEAs as possible and try to not do as many line item programs or RFAs. And then finally, the early literacy has been a big push, and maybe we want to continue that momentum into the new session, or maybe we also want to add on mathematics on there to make sure we have a balanced approach for all of our early childhood students. So these are some that I have heard you all bring up and that have come up over and over again. But again, these are your priorities, and I will take them, and we will take them and run with them, whatever they are. So with that, any questions, or I can start the motions process.
I don't see any current lights. Member Longacre?
Yeah, so just real quick, something that has come up in the schools that I have visited, and it goes along with investing and supporting special education students and programs. Just give me a second. So I've been in classrooms where, there's the least restrictive classroom, and I get that. But when we are just focused on the child that needs the least restrictive classroom, we're ignoring the other 27 kids. So I don't know if this would be a funding request or a code change. I know that this is a federal, but we do need to address it because every kid deserves to be in the most optimal learning environment, not just focusing on one set of kids, if that makes sense.
Yeah. If that were to be, the special education one were to be one of your high level priorities, as staff, we would try to gather that research and all of the things so that whether it is a funding request or code changes or all of the above, that we support best practices.
Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair. I would actually, I'll help start your motion. If we're choosing, you said it's 2 or 3, and I'll start with 3, and we can have a discussion. And I'm not sure exactly how you want to word that as far as the prioritization piece of it, but the ones that I would like to look at is the the funding for all students because it includes, I think it's beyond just special ed itself, because I think that we've already heard there's a concern about, well, USDB still falls under special ed, but those are still different formulas within code. So I think that that's a broader piece. I'd also like to include the prioritization of WPU increases over line item programs, and then providing ongoing support to the funding for early literacy and math. I think that math piece, when we talked about our early mathematics assessment that didn't get funded, I think this is a way for us to show we want to keep with early literacy that falls in line with our priorities, and the increasing WPU allows local control over their priorities to align with ours versus all of the RFAs. I think that includes saying, let's prioritize WPU over RFAs. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking to my motion. I apologize. I just got so excited to talk about funding priorities.
We want them to overlap.
Okay. These 3 bullet points, and the one with the larger bullet is the most important one? Is that what I'm...
Obviously.
Yeah, and actually it wasn't if you go back to your list off of it wasn't just the special ed one, it was the broader.
Oh, it was the broader appropriate.
Yeah, it was the appropriate funding for all students, because I think it includes special ed, but then it was the other ones. That's why I picked that one. And again, this is just a start for a motion to get us going.
So the motion is that the board the board's legislative priorities for the 2027 are, and is that how it reads? Because
That read terribly. I'm sorry. That's my fault.
well, are we saying we can add more things, or is this something to start with? We're not just saying that this is it, right?
No.
This is the beginning point.
No, just a motion to get it
Yeah.
started.
Maybe it's to add that the board add legislative priorities the following, would you say adopts?
Board include.
It's too late on a Friday for this.
Yeah, I maybe just take out their legislative, so it says as legislative priority, so it makes it, I think it takes out the sound that these are the only ones. Yeah, so my motion would be that the board include the following as legislative priorities for 2027: appropriate funding formulas for all students, prioritize WPU increases over line item programs, and provide ongoing funding to support early literacy and or mathematics.
The motion's been stated. Do we have a second? There's a second. Do you speak to that, member?
Yeah,
Vice Chair
I
Ballinger?
apologize, Chair. I already kind of spoke to it. But yeah, I would do the appropriate funding formula so it's broader and includes not just special ed, but make sure we continue to address that at-risk portion that we saw in the JLC's request, and also the USDB that Vice Chair Wood was talking about. And I think this WP increase over line items, those RFAs, we all sat there and were sick to our stomachs when we saw all the RFAs coming through when we were just asked to cut 5%. And I think that we really need to continue to message that if we feel like we're underfunded in some things, it's really hard to have what we consider pet projects. If there's a need for them, great. And then making sure early literacy is so important. That supports our big initiative as a state that we've had last year. Continue to support that, but also make sure that we don't fall behind in mathematics. So that would be my motion, Chair.
I've got member Earl, member Carey, and member Brenton. I just want to make sure, are we speaking to this motion, or you want to be in a queue for motions? So member Earl? Okay. Okay.
I think putting appropriate funding formulas for all students really, it means nothing. And I know that sounds crazy, but everything we do funds students. So anything they pick, they say, well, we did everything that you did that. I think we need to pick one area to focus on this year, and I would suggest it is the special education funding. the next year another area can be picked, but let's really hyper focus on and keep it narrowly scoped. Too broad means really it is nothing, in my view. But I think it still incorporates the USDB funding piece in there, as well as the other discussions that we've previously had. And I don't know that the second one would be, I guess I'm just speaking to this. I would actually amend the all students to special education. I'll make that as a amendment.
Okay, so the motion, if I'm understanding correctly, is to simply, on the first bullet, strike all students and replace with special education. Is there?
Second.
And there's a second. Back to you. Do you want to speak additionally to that?
Sorry, I did already.
Okay.
I just think it's a wise thing to do.
Yeah.
If we can focus, then another year we can focus on something else. We've had safety on some years, right? A variety of other things this year. There was a technology focus, I think. Not that was necessarily us, but I feel like this is a prime time to really focus in on this.
Okay. Member Carey?
I just have a substitute motion after this amendment.
After this amendment, okay. Okay, let's take care of this amendment then. The motion is to strike all students in the first bullet and replace with special education. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention. That's coming from Member Kelly. So that brings us back to the amended motion. Over to you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. My amended motion would just be that the board include the following as legislative priorities for 2027. Retain the 3 bullet points as listed, but then I would add as the 4th UPAC reform. And the bullet point after that, free speech protections in public schools. Thank you.
Yeah, if it's okay, I don't know if this is a substitute because we're adding to it. I'm just going to call this an amendment, if that's okay.
Oh, that's fine. I thought that was the motion, like those 2 points. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because we're adding to those 3, right? So let's amend this motion and add the motion is to add 2 additional bullet points. One is UPAC reform. The second is free speech protections in public schools.
And I would just vote on this. If we're doing a vote, I would just do. I wanted them listed separately so they could be voted on separately.
They're going to be one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because some people may like one and not the other.
So let's do, we're going to do this. We're going to take a second to do it. The motion then is going to be to amend to add to the list a UPAC reform. And then we're going to vote on that, and then we'll make another motion to amend.
Thank you,
So
Chair.
do we have a second to add a bullet list of UPAC reform? There's a second. Do you want to speak to that?
No. Thank you, Chair.
Member Davis, to add UPAC reform? Go ahead.
Yep. What reforms specifically? Because if it's to cut down the little stuff so we're not so backlogged and that type of thing, then I would support this. But is that what you mean by reform, or trying to get out of this hole that we're in?
I'm saying this because my sense is that if we want to be part of the discussion that will take place after the OLAG audit, that we have to show that we're willing to listen as well as make suggestions. And so I think the UPAC reform will be, we're looking at every aspect of it and coming to a conclusion on what works and what doesn't.
Okay.
I've got Member Lear and then Vice Chair Bollinger. And we're again, this is to add the bullet UPAC reform.
And this question applies to both of the bullets?
Just the UPAC reform.
Okay. Is this include a monetary component, a funding component, or is it just a policy component?
I think what happens in process is this one is a legislative request, but as they're looking at it, the team is looking at it. If they see that it would require some funding requests, then they come back to the board and say, here's what this would look like. So this is such an early part right now, it's hard to say.
Well, let me just tell you my dilemma. I support some changes, but I don't support them without adequate money to do it well. So I can't vote to do this unless I know that our funding priorities would also be supportive of this. That's the challenge.
I get that. I think it's just too early. Again, this is one of those things where it's, if you're not interested at all, then it's, no, I'm not going to vote for this. If you're saying, yeah, what would that look like? Let's ask staff, because that's what we're doing, to look more into this and then give us information on what that would cost, what rule or what laws that would need to be addressed.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And I do know, I mean, we've had lots of discussions about UPAC and needing some reform. And so I do agree with I'm used to this morning, but Member Carey on the fact that we will need some legislative things. And absolutely, I think that we need to have a funding request for this. And I think that was maybe part of our critical request. So we already have it in our funding requests, from my understanding. My question would be, and maybe I can direct this to staff, Chair, is do we have a estimated timeline of when our audits, because we have two, not just one audit, but two audits. Do we know when those audits are projected to be completed? Because my concern with doing this now is I wouldn't want our legislature to do a bunch of reform and then have audits come out afterwards. So would those audits be completed before the legislative session or before we have to do this process is my question.
Can I answer? I was just in a meeting where I did ask, I think you were in there, where I said, is it wise to move forward, or can we move forward while doing an audit? And the response was yes. That would be okay, because they're not auditing what we're doing moving forward. They're auditing what we've done. If I remember that correctly.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess my concern is I would like to see the feedback on recommendations from OLAG on what they see as because they're going to be able to get a broader sense and a broader picture, not just little specific things. So, I mean, if there were specific things we were asking for, but just a general whole reform, I struggle a little bit with this currently. But maybe I think this also goes back to Member Davis's question: is if there's specific things, or is this a whole overhaul of the whole piece? I'm just not sure what I'm voting for here.
Okay, is that a question to Member Carey? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I just think it is what it says, which is let's put it on the list. As Chair Hymas explained, it is early in the process. If it looks like we're not going to get the direction, but I think it's important because it's an organizing principle for the board, right? And we saw this last session with 312. Many members of the board for it, members against it, and I forget who was telling us. I think it was Superintendent Hart that one of the biggest mistakes we make as a board is we go in as a house divided. And I think this gives us the opportunity to discuss those reforms that we support, those that we don't, and get on the same page and allow leadership and the superintendent to have that information rather than just say, hey, we'll all go and we'll push our own idea of what's best. So that was my thinking, but I certainly understand that UPAC's big, right? And there's a lot of different parts, but I thought it's kind of like what was suggested by Deputy Jones when he said just that public conversation can help us better understand where we want to go and what we want to do. So that was my thinking.
Okay. Member Boggess?
Thank you, Chair. I have great consternation about this entire motion, not just Member Carey's motion. If you look up above, there's nothing.
Let's please just stick to UPAC for now.
Then, if we're sticking to UPAC, what does that even mean? And just yesterday, we were talking about everything going through committee so we could have these conversations in committee. And now we have this very vague thing thrust before us. And I don't know what I'm voting for. I don't know if Member Carey has a binder of things that he's got. I've got a binder of things. Are we going to go with mine? Are we going to go with his? Like, what does this even mean? And how do we direct the staff? I can't vote for this unless I know what I'm voting for. And in the past, when we've asked for legislative changes, we've been very clear and specific about what we want those code lines to look like. They've been very clear and specific about what code lines we would like to amend, even if the language was subject to the drafter's opinion and feedback. We have had very specific things. Nothing about this is specific. And I don't know that I can vote for any of it, but I certainly can't vote for this.
Member Davis?
To Member Baucus's point, did I remember correctly that we were going to have kind of a deep dive study session in July to discuss what sort of overarching principles we wanted to bring to the top for the session, or is that not agendized? I thought I heard that was going to happen. Maybe this conversation is a bit premature before we have that deeper conversation at the July study session.
Budget is going to be covered deeply. I'm not sure as far as legislative requests, but again, this is such an early part of the process to just gather information. Staff isn't going to gather this information just on their own. Member Carey is requesting that we, as a board, request that staff start looking into what UPAC reform would look like.
May I follow up?
Yes.
That's a very different motion. That what you just said reflects what we just did with the financial, asking for information about the financials. So if we're doing that, I would think that would help people who want a little more information, as opposed to this is it. These are the priorities.
And that's why Member Bollinger tried to make the motion, right? She pulled out there because she's like, I don't want people to think that this is the legislative priority list, right? We don't have to do all of this right now. We're just trying to give staff something, and not something that's just fluff, right? But something so that they're not sitting around. That sounds bad. In July, they want to utilize that time. Molly, go ahead.
I don't sense that you're at a place where you feel really good, even if you voted and it was a vote. I don't sense that you as a body are really like, these are home runs for you. So I really think that having just a conversation where you see what rises to the top right now is helpful. I think that you will think about it. And I think that you should make it a goal to have conversations with your constituents and each other, and why just pen this so that you are ready to have a conversation at your retreat in July. Any conversation that you have right now is moving you towards your goal, but you do not have to have this voted on. You just have to have some food for thought, so you have a place to start. Every comment that you make, or anybody, is helpful to the staff as we think about what happens in committee, what happens in board meeting, what happens with emails or questions that you send to us. It's just important that you have comments and questions and dialogue. And so don't feel like you have to rush to a final decision right now. This doesn't feel like you've had enough conversation. So consider either throwing out something that you're interested in, or don't move to a decision right now. Just keep thinking about it. You don't have to vote today.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that insight, and I can tell we all have a lot of questions, and we're on a Friday afternoon and already behind, and I can see Matt, I can feel him keep looking at the clock over here. So I'd make a motion to table this to our July workshop, so where we can have some more time to maybe flesh out the ideas of what legislative changes we want to make. And anyways, I don't want to speak to my motion before. Sorry, I got to stop myself.
It's an open meeting.
It's an open. Are you going to properly notice the meeting?
Nope, we're going to drive you crazy. Yeah, of course we are, Christina. It is, yeah, we do everyone.
But are we going to stream?
Okay, we will motion to postpone this item until the July board retreat, workshop.
There's a motion to postpone. There's a second. Back to you.
I'll waive. I'll save you 2 minutes.
Gratitude. Seeing no additional lights, Member Longacre, go ahead.
Before we postpone it, can I just make a suggestion? Since we pay Qualtrics like $9,000 for surveys, if we can utilize that, I would love to send out a survey to teachers to say it's the end of the school year. To help you be more successful for next year, give us some things to think about and talk about. I know that the legislators send them an email in the fall, but it's kind of too late at this point, and I feel like we're ahead of the game now, and I would love input to teachers. I would love to be known as the board that surveys the heck out of people.
Let's make, well, first off, we need to, address this motion because yours is different from here. So let's address the motion to postpone until the July board workshop. I have nothing to say about that. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and vote on this. There it is. That passes unanimously. Member Longacre, you have a motion? Hit that button.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to send out a survey to teachers to give us some ideas in July of what to take to the legislative.
The motion is to.
But help me sound more.
Why don't you keep an eye on the screen, are you typing, Kelsey? Keep an eye on the screen. Let's get your motion put together.
Okay, direct staff, but I would like to be involved in coming up with the questions. No, can I phone a friend?
So we send surveys through Qualtrics out.
Can we get you on a microphone? Member Davis is wearing off on you. I'm just kidding. Cindy, I'm going to harass you. I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. Go ahead, Scott.
So we survey all the time. I mean, it's just a matter of the motion too. That's what Qualtrics is designed for. We survey on different topics all the time.
Can we send it directly to teachers? Send it to the LEAs.
That's not in code anywhere. That's not in rule. You don't have to do. That's a courtesy. Yeah. What's that? Okay. Well. Okay. I mean, if the question is are we mandated or regulated that we have to do it? The answer is no. I mean, but we do it to do it. You could still do it that way. You could send it to the districts and then, districts, but LEAs are charter schools too. So if you just send it to the directors and ask for the input from the teachers, that's fine. So, but.
We could send out a press release saying we can go to the media, ask them to send out a story that the USB is sending them an email to check their emails.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. Another alternative, Chair, is other states, they'll have a public, they'll announce where, hey, teachers, you can come to our next board meeting and put in, what? No, you can. Thanks a lot for setting me up for that one. I was going with what she was saying.
But I'm being sincere.
Right.
I think even if they are on summer vacation and a lot of them don't check, it would be a nice gesture for us to say, we've attempted to get feedback from you. We value your opinion.
Okay, hold on a second. Go ahead, Superintendent.
Okay. So we recently sent out the letter from the legislature directly to teachers. Not only did we crash our system and find out that if a certain amount of emails go out in a day, that USB is banned from, we can't send. Well, no, we couldn't send any out because we overdid our limit. But there was something I don't recall, and I've put in a message. I've phoned a friend. There is a provision in code that we have to do something, and I don't recall what it is. I'm not saying that we can't do it. I'm just saying it might be a multi-step process. I think it has to do with notification. There it is. That's what it was. We didn't give 48 hours notice to the local superintendent that we were emailing ahead of time. So we just have to make sure we follow the provisions, and then we can get that done.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time before July.
We have to reserve. There's another code somewhere. Yes, and there's another code somewhere that reserves either one or two of those times from our legislature. If I don't remember what that is. So we will check and then make sure that we're following okay. Thank you. See? All I'm saying is I just have to I know there's some things and we did a mea culpa to the superintendents because we didn't give them notice. I'm just saying I'll provide you some more information. We have the mechanism. We just need to make sure that we're following the rules.
And maybe if that's in code that we can only do 3 a year, maybe that's something that we take to the legislators and say, we want to have more communication with teachers, and 3 is not sufficient.
Right. I just don't want to have to
Could
say
we
sorry
put that on
twice
the
in a
list?
year.
All right, we are running here into different areas. We don't even have a motion put together yet. Well, is that the one? They've been typing as we've been asking about legislative changes now.
It's my recommendation. Okay, that would be awesome. To direct staff and anyone who wants to join on the board to develop and send a survey to teachers to receive feedback, ensuring that all state law is followed. Wait, what? To direct staff to develop, but can we check it, Elise? So staff will write it, but we'll give the final thumbs up.
If you want a full board thumbs up, it's going to be after July.
Okay, then can I talk to you? Okay. Direct staff to develop and send a survey to teachers to receive feedback on priorities for the 2027 session. Perfect.
Okay, so the motion is to direct staff to develop and send a survey to teachers to receive feedback on priorities for the 2027 session.
Yeah. Legislative session.
Legislative session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
You owe
Who's
him.
against a survey? Well, but at least we're doing it. We
Do you
might
want
not
to,
get
hold on
any.
a second.
Sorry.
Do you want, back to you to speak to your motion?
Sure. We may not get one response back because it's summertime, but I think we're doing our due diligence in including them in this decision. That's all.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you. So this motion to me is the epitome of big government because we don't represent the system to the people. We represent the people to the system. And if we're going to survey anybody, we should be surveying parents and people who pay taxes and having them tell us what we need to send down into the system. To me, this is just a big government centralized thing so we can have the government tell the government what the government wants. And so I will not be voting for this. I think we have other issues in as much as many of our LEAs have prohibitions on communicating unless teachers have been formally assigned to committees. Their email systems, some of them even shut them down, as I understand it, so that we'll get kickbacks on those email addresses. But I just don't think this is a good idea at all.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Member Kelly.
Yeah, my thoughts are similar. I was not elected by teachers. I was elected by parents and students. Well, I guess students, most of them are not eligible to vote yet. But if I'm going to survey, I want to survey parents. I'm not interested in surveying teachers right now. I want feedback from the parents whose students we're charged with educating. So that's my 2 cents.
Aaron, back to you.
As I think teachers also vote. A lot of our constituents are teachers, and this is so much easier than going into schools and sitting down with teachers and saying, "What can I do for you?" Going into the next classroom, "What can I do for you?"
Member Brinton.
Oh, thanks. I just wonder if we were to do something like this, I don't think summer's the time. Teachers aren't checking their emails, they're off. And could they claim working hours? Would it require them, if they logged onto computers, would we then, I think it sends the wrong message that we're not respecting their summer vacation. I think it's a worthy thing that you're thinking about. I would just say, after we get our priorities together, it might be better to then send that to the local districts and say, hey, would you send this out to teachers and get feedback and like do the survey then if they want to give feedback, and also put it out on our social media for parents to give feedback on our formulas or what we're asking for and see what their input is. Because I am equally to more, we represent teachers, yes, and districts, but we also represent the parents and everyone.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I actually I like this idea, and I'm cognizant of the arguments that have been made. But teachers, they're taxpayers, they're voters. But I also think, as the representatives of public schools, that we do have an obligation. And I think we could do better at reaching out, not just to, generally, we have a motion or rule come before us as well. We've talked to the superintendents in the field, we've talked to the administrators, and this is the feedback they've given us. I think as a board, we can do a better job reaching out to teachers. The law permits it, and I think that teachers would welcome the opportunity to give us their feedback. We may not welcome reading it, but I think it would mean a lot for them to have that opportunity to be asked by the state board and say, we want to hear from you directly on these issues. I think the concerns about timing are fair, and I think they need to be looked at. But wow, what a great opportunity to solicit this information, to receive the feedback, and balance that against all the other feedback we're receiving. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Longacre.
Yeah, I'll just say this one last thing. I mean, what if we go to a legislator and we try to give them our input and they're like, well, you're not my constituent. We want legislators to hear us, and then we're going to turn around and tell teachers that we don't want to hear from you. Again, we don't have to put their concerns in our legislative requests, but I think it's respectful to at least ask. That's all.
Member Davis?
I think we've been asking when we send surveys to our administrators and our superintendents, if it's not required by law to put the word optional at the top, then they can decide if they want to have a voice and weigh in on an opinion, they can do it. If they don't want to, they don't have to spend their time. So I think I'm just asking, if we send this out, we just put the word optional opinion. If you want to give feedback, great. We welcome it. If you want to enjoy your summer, that's fine too.
Member Earl?
Okay. Am I ahead of Superintendent? I just don't see any reason why it can't be made broadly available. It can be sent to educators if we choose that, but broadly available for anybody that wants to share where they're at. So just in general, I mean, we do it with our standards that we post it on our site, and then people distribute it. It's not real hard to do. We don't have to mass send it to all parents. Do you know what I mean? But it gets out there. It gets some momentum. And yeah, anyways, I think that a broad communication with the public is a good thing, including educators and families. So,
Member Bogus?
Thank you. We communicate with teachers all the time, and they have every opportunity to provide feedback. They could send us emails, which they do when they tell us to keep porn in schools. They can send us emails on other issues. Many of them have appeared in public comment. They have lots and lots of opportunities to communicate with this board, and I take issue with the idea that we are not including them in the conversation, because we are. And everybody who emails me that has a genuine concern and not a form email, I engage with them. And so I think we need to refrain from the idea that we're shutting them out, because that's not truthful. It's not historically truthful, and it's not currently truthful. So thank you.
Scott?
I will not be presenting any more ideas, so sorry, I didn't know it was on. So no, I don't have anything. No more ideas. I'm just sitting
turn
here.
him off. Perfect.
For turning him on. Will you turn his mic off? I didn't mention this yesterday because I don't have enough details yet, but I will be doing a back to school tour, listening tour. Staff is planning it as we speak. I'll be going around to all parts of the state, and doing a listening tour. We could do something very intentional around that time. We can also be doing something with all parents, all constituents, all taxpayers. We could do both. We could do a survey of taxpayers and a survey. The other thing I've been toying with that I hadn't broached with this board that could become a priority or of the board, or it could become a directive, or I don't know, is an actual study where you engage with a community group that samples, instead of just getting feedback, sending a survey out and getting feedback, but somebody that makes sure that they are reaching a representative sample of said group, whether it's community members or, and can divide it out by rural, urban, people with children in the system, people without, teachers, other school employees. There's a real intentional way to go about surveying that could yield some very actionable insights. And I think that's very valuable. I think that you need to be careful when you just put out a survey and then just hope that you get a response. Generalizing those responses can often lead you astray. I just also just felt you needed to know that I am planning that back to school fall listening tour. So if that helps you, think through some different options, just wanted to put it out there. But be very, very careful about sending out a survey and then drawing conclusions if you're not careful about making sure that it's exactly who's responding to your survey and what part of the state what happens when one superintendent says to their teachers, everybody that gets this survey, please log on and do it. And if you do, you get a free ice cream in the cafeteria. But then another superintendent says, the lights are off, the electricity's off, and if you turn on your computer, then you're violating your contract. I'm exaggerating, but at the same time, understand that the responses you get, you have to be really careful about the conclusions you draw. And I just don't want you to end up being led astray. And I don't want you to waste your time and effort when we might be able to think this through and make a plan. I hear that you want feedback. I want feedback too, and I'm excited about that. How we go about doing that, perhaps we could bring you back some ideas and you could choose from those ideas. Just some thoughts.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Superintendent. I see the value and wisdom in getting feedback, absolutely, not just from teachers. I do agree with those that have said it needs to be broader. It needs to be everybody that we represent, but I do agree with other members where there's other ways to send that out, where we can send it out to public. My concern about it being made right now is that then it leaves it up to staff to figure out what to put in the survey, where I feel like it's maybe out of order of what we should be doing. To me, it's more of in July, we should create a list of what our priorities are and then send it out to the public for feedback, maybe in the fall, where now we've already used up our 3 times, but send it out in the fall that then still gives us time to narrow our list. But we've prioritized what we think, and then we can get feedback on there. So for me, it's not that I'm against this idea, but I just think the timing of it is off.
Member Kelly. Member Kelly calls the question. It's non-debatable, needs 10 votes. Let's go ahead and vote. The voting is open to call the question. Joe, can you vote on this one? Yes. Call the question. So that passes. Apologies. 10 in favor, 2 opposed, 3 absent. Those opposed are Member Carey and Member Boggust. So we are going to set this up. We are going to vote on this right here, and that is to direct staff to develop and send a survey to teachers to receive feedback on priorities for the 2027 legislative session. Let's vote. Okay, that motion fails. 6 in favor, 6 opposed. Those in favor being Member Carey, Member Booth, Member Davis, Member Longacre, Member Earl, and Member Lear. Okay. So, Member Longacre, your light is on, but I'm not sure if it was for the previous.
10 seconds.
Keep it appropriate. Go ahead.
Oh, it totally is. No, I appreciate what everyone said. And if we can come up with a really amazing survey in the fall and the information that we get won't be too late and we can still take it to the legislative session, awesome. But just for the record, I think we should always take the opportunities that we can to survey teachers, parents, everyone in the state of Utah. That's who we represent. And if we're not going to listen and hear from them, why are we here? Anyway, I'm excited for the fall to come up with an awesome survey.
Or just a survey. An awesome one. Thank you. And I'll take a point of personal privilege here, Member Longacre. Appreciate, I appreciate your passion for these types of things, and it's always a good reminder that we have a wide net of information that is out there. And we do, there are ways in which we hear from teachers, right? Nobody is wrong in this conversation. We do get thousands of emails, literally. We get hundreds of phone calls, right? We bump into people. Our neighbors are teachers. We get their feedback, but more is never going to hurt at the same time. So appreciate the conversation. With that, let's move on from this study session. We're going to take 5 minutes. It is 4:30. We need to get set up. We need to go into unfinished business, which includes, what does it include? Not a host. There are some things that we need to get taken care of. We've got R277-605 to address. We have R277-407 to address. We also have contract 11.1.4 to address. And we have executive session to address. So take 5 minutes, stretch, get back here. Let's plan to get to work, and let's go from there. Thank you. All right, board members, we are back. Let's go ahead and get started here. We are on R277-605. If you'll remember, this is the coaching standards and athletic clinics. There were several motions that came through here. So I'm trying to remember if we have, can you pull that up for us? We have 7 board members, and one looks like she's on her way out. I'm going to go grab another one. Okay, I'm going to go grab one more so we have a quorum. Okay, we are ready to start. We have a quorum here. Kelsey is going to give us our context to put us back to where we need to be. Go ahead, Kelsey.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. Board members, just so I can orient you to where we're at, where we're picking off from yesterday, we're starting with R277-605, Coaching Standards and Athletic Clinics Amendment and Continuation. The ultimate underlying motion that came out of committee was to continue and approve Draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Carey proposed a motion to amend to insert this new subsection 6. There were a couple amendments to his amendment which passed. So the current motion on the table is this motion to amend, adding this new subsection 6. That is where we are going to pick up from. Thank you.
I've got... Member Bogus, go ahead.
I have a substitute motion.
Okay, that's in order.
Just take a bite right after you say.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I move that the board continue and approved draft true of 605 on final reading and direct staff to bring a new rule in August to address the background check, safety plan, and reintegration plan concerns that have been cited in this board meeting. It's in the backup document. It's been sent.
Let me make sure we're...
It's not this motion.
I had sent in a potential motion. That was mine. Member Bogus, okay.
So Director Rasmussen put it in the backup document. I'm not certain where it's at.
This right here? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That is the one that we discussed, yes.
This motion before us is your substitute motion, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is that the committee continue and approve...
No, that the board.
That the board continue and approve Draft 2 on final reading and direct staff to bring a new rule to committee in August to address background check and student safety and reintegration plan concerns. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Okay, speak to that.
Thank you. So in my time with staff and the superintendent and looking at all of this, the language Member Carey is proposing is excellent. It's actually good and it's much needed, but this is not the rule for it. In fact, where it's suggested to be put in, it's training. And so we're requiring a background check in a training section. And then I thought, well, we would just create a new section. And then I looked at the heading of the rule And it just doesn't belong in this rule. And some of the motions that I was going to move, they don't belong in this rule either. And my conversations with staff said, basically, we need to continue this. That's something that needs to be done for administrative rules. And we need to address these other concerns. All of them are important. All of them are necessary. And we need to probably bring a new rule and any other rules related to these things so that we can address this in August. And so with that, I would put it forward to the body for debate. Thank you.
Member Lear?
I do support this motion, and I'd ask if, as staff does this, that they would contact the UHSAA, not just look at the website, but contact UHSAA and see what training, protections, checks, materials, procedures that coaches and other activity leaders are required to go through, so that we, I don't know if I want to say limit the duplication, but we're at least coordinating with a partner that does excellent work and has a database of all this material, and we could look to ease our load a bit if we would look at what exists and how they monitor it, which is much better than most of the monitoring we have here. Thanks.
Member Kelly?
While I respect the request for feedback from the UHSAA, the UHSAA really doesn't govern trips. And so when it comes to policy regarding trips, I don't see that the UHSAA would have training and or policy in place concerning trips. And so that would be my only concern. I don't see that there would be a problem in approaching them and seeing what policies and procedures they do have in place. But I think on this issue, this is going to be more of an LEA issue when it comes to trips, because, you know, just, yeah.
Member Earl?
Just a question. We're going to do a whole new rule just to address that component. Is that the intent?
It sounds like there's a couple things that need addressed if they're not addressed in rule already, and that's in here. It's background checks, student safety, and then a reintegration plan concern.
But are we putting that into a new rule? Yes?
Yes. New rule.
If I can, so yes.
New rule. Additional rule.
Elise is working on something else, but as I get her attention, she can help me with this answer. The legislature in the past 2 years has passed so much regarding student reintegration plans and related information that it is past time to put that into a separate rule. Yeah, and would you, Dr. Newey, would you just kind of give a little bit more information than just that? This was actually her recommendation. Well, my recommendation too. I'm not putting it all on her, but
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, the last couple of years, we've had a lot of legislation related to school safety having to do with student safety plans and reintegration plans. And because they were kind of one-offs and small, we decided not to do rules for them and to just reference the code and to allow schools to reference the code. But we're getting so many now, and it's becoming connected to so many other things that it may be time to just do a rule. And this would be an excellent place to also address some of these concerns about where students traveling in high-risk situations for students in these situations.
Thank you. Member Lear, does that satisfy your question?
No.
Okay.
Previous remark.
Go
That's
ahead.
okay. So partly to Member Kelly's point, UHSA doesn't govern trips, but if activity leaders and coaches accompany students on these trips, it does govern their behavior and their appropriateness to be involved with that. So it may turn out to be extraneous to what you want to do, but I would suggest, to the extent a new rule or or this rule involves qualifications for personnel, you ought to at least know what UHSA does for those who are registered as coaches and activity leaders. Keep in mind, music leaders, drama leaders, debate leaders, a very broad swath of the teachers in our schools. So there is something to be learned from there, what they already do, and see if it intersects.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board continue and approve draft 2 on final reading and direct staff to bring a new rule to committee in August to address background check and student safety and reintegration plan concerns. Let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Let's move on to our next agenda item. This is agenda item R2, or I don't know the agenda item, but it's R277-407. Kelsey, are you going to provide context on that one as well? Member Bogus?
I don't see anything moved over to today. So if people can just remind me what section in yesterday's agenda I'm looking at. I don't see this moved over to today's unfinished business. And I just need to know where I'm looking.
This 407 looks like it's agenda item 3.11 from yesterday.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we pause on this one? We're hoping to get some help here, and so we're going to bump this one to the next. So let's tackle the contract. Scott, are you okay if we do that? So let's pause on 407 for a second and move into the contract, which is 11.1.4, Safe and Sound, a Sandy Hook Initiative, Inc., DBA Safe and Sound Schools. And we need to address this one here. There is no, was there a motion on this one?
This was the motion that was made.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the motion was made by Member Earl and seconded by Member Hymas that the board approve the contract 11.1.4 Safe and Sound Sandy Hook Initiative, Inc., DBA Safe and Sound Schools. There were some discussion on that seemed to be ongoing, and so we decided to push that until today's agenda. So that motion is before us currently. Are there any additional questions that the board members have? There were some questions, and we have Chantel Cota with us. Do you want to speak to this, Chantel, and then we'll take a vote if that's okay.
Yes, thank you so much. Chantel Cota, Director of School Safety and Student Services with Utah State Board of Education. This contract is meant to support the training for school safety. Back in fall, you all agreed to add avoid, deny, defend, and aid to R277-400. What that did is it aligned with the standard response protocol and other training drills that schools will engage in to ensure that their students are safe. This avoid, deny contract is a way to provide optional training for LEAs who want to learn how to engage with this process in their school. The reason we went out to contract is we don't have the capacity or training with our staff here. In fact, we are being trained in this as well. This provider, we put on RFP, the provider that was selected not only is well-versed in this protocol, they've trained other states, but they've also created a protocol that is student-friendly and that uses student language to help students to be able to learn and carry this out as well.
Okay, thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So as I was cogitating last night and got home, my question when I was thinking back and reflecting was, we do this and it's optional, but this is a lot of money to spend if nobody takes us up on this. Do we have any speculation as to how many schools or LEAs or individuals would be trained through this contract?
Yes, thank you for that question. We haven't sent out a survey or formalized any type of feedback, but we can share that we have monthly webinars and we send out a monthly newsletter that generates a lot of emails to us. So through informal requisition, we've had several LEAs, superintendents, teachers, school safety and security specialists asking, how are we supposed to implement this? Where is the training? What do we do? So it came through informal requests of that nature, Member Bogus.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I really do appreciate that response. How many schools do we think, how many LEAs?
I don't have a hard number for you, but I would say if I were to estimate, we've had a high number. I would say over 50% for sure. We've had so many.
I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Director Coda, thanks for being here to help answer our questions. So my understanding is we have required the training to have, not this specific training, but training on avoid, deny, defend is now required by USBE in our own rule. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's R277400-6 for your reference.
Okay, thank you. So we have required it. So this is a way for us to provide the extra support instead of just making districts create and making sure that it's more consistent in the state and making sure that statewide we're consistent with our safety protocols.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board approve item 11.1.4, Safe and Sound, a Sandy Hook Initiative, Inc., DBA, Safe and Sound Schools. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion passes 10 in favor, 2 abstentions, those coming from Member Kelly and Member Bogus. Okay, now let's move to R277-407. Thank you, Director Coda and Scott. Thank you. Yeah, good job. 3.11. It's R277-407. It should be agenda item 3.11 from yesterday. Wait, 11. Kelsey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is R277-407 school fees for amendment and continuation. The motion that came out of committee was to approve 407 school fees draft 1 on second and final reading. There was some concerns brought up by the AAGs about whether the statute that spurred on the updates to this rule was in conflict with a permanent injunction on school fees from a 1994 case brought against USBE. So if you have specific questions for them, I believe AAG Cooper is available to answer those questions or to provide further context. But currently, the only motion on the floor is that motion that came out of committee.
Okay, Member Davis.
I just am making sure that this motion in front of us, maybe Deputy Superintendent Nui, is this the motion that aligns with the code solely? Thank you. I'll just give a little bit of background. We have an issue with our school fees rule because we need to update it to code, but the code is in conflict with the permanent injunction. So in talking with our AAGs, they said either way, you're breaking the law. So that's the problem. But they suggested that maybe the best thing to move forward today is just to take out any extra language and just put the code in these places, and then seek a legislative request for the legislature to align the code with the permanent injunction or come up with a solution. I move to strike the definition for action plan on line 30 and also amend lines 472 to 477 to read LEA fee waiver policies shall comply with 53G-7-504 and also strike line 498-502.
Okay, the motion's been stated. Do we have a second? It's seconded. Do you want to speak to it, Member Davis?
I would just like to add also that there's some confusion around the trips because it says that there's these 2 trips. You can take 1 trip and then you have to do these things for the second trip. But then it exempts, in the language in code is if it's an activity through an association that governs athletics. So I called the bill sponsor and asked if the intent was that only athletics are exempt, or if, for example, orchestra festivals and such, also through Utah High School Activities Association, are also exempt. And he said the athletics are exempt and the festivals are exempt. But I think that needs to be also probably clarified in code. So I'll just say that I don't know if I need to make a second motion for the code clarity after we pass this one for the policy request. So we could pass this first and then I could make a request for staff to work with the legislature to not only align legalities, but also to clarify that piece where the athletics is put in to include the festivals, etc. And also I asked if it also includes festivals like FFA and DECA and such, and he said no. So I think that needs to be clarified also, because I think it can get confusing for LEAs.
Member Lear?
And I'm assuming you'll be following up with the sponsor, or? I'm gonna let him know.
If this passes,
I'm sorry,
I'll let
just-
him know that our staff will be reaching out.
I think that we need to look at that whole broad range, not just orchestras, but debate meets and everything that UHSAA governs.
Yes, agreed.
Thanks.
Okay, so the motion before the board is to strike the definition to strike the definition for action plan on line 30 and also amend lines 472 to 477 to read LEA fee waiver policies shall comply with section 53G-7-504 and also strike lines 498 to 502. Let's vote. Okay, the motion passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention, that coming from Member Bogus. Member Longacre? Your light came on, that's why. Okay. Member Davis, you mentioned that you had an additional motion.
I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to.
There's a potential motion on the screen. I don't know if that aligns.
Yeah, let me read it. Yes, I move that the board directs, I'm going to add a little bit more to the end of the word law, and that's going to be, and add clarity around association-related trips for athletics and festivals and activities, athletics and activities.
Do you want to reference the permanent injunction?
They suggested not to. Did you suggest not to reference the permanent injunction? Oh, in this.
In the motion.
In the request for the legislature to a line, do we need to reference the permanent injunction? Other law, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Is this your motion then?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read it because it was kind of choppy, if that's okay.
Yes.
As we were formulating it. The motion from Member Davis is to direct staff to prepare a policy request to work with the legislator to align school fee state code with other law and add clarity around association-related trips for athletics and activities. Do we have a second? Yes. Do you want to speak to that, Member Davis?
I think I have already.
Okay. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. So those are the motions for 407. We need to come back to the underlying motion, and that is that, let me see here. The second motion was we're going to direct staff. We need to approve the rule as amended. And of course, we'll see this come back as we get some more clarity. But so the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-407 school fees draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, board members, that brings us to our next agenda item, which is going to be executive session. So let's take a couple minutes, get things set up, and start kicking people out of the room. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I'm just anxious to get moving. I know. So I'm seeking a motion then that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing any of the following: a person's character, competence, or health, pending or imminent litigation. So moved. Do we have a second? Second. Let's do a voice vote or a roll call vote. Member Bogus? Yes. Is yes. Member Booth? Yes. Is yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Is yes. Member Davis? Yes. Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Is yes. Member Green is absent. Member Hall is absent. Member Kelly? Yes. Is yes. Member Carey?
I had my light on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll defer to the parliamentarian. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I want to make a motion before we enter executive session.
Well, we better do it now before we
enter into executive session.
Enter into executive session.
Yeah, and my motion would be that it's my understanding we have an auditor here, both from the board and from OLAG, and my motion would be that they be present for all aspects of executive session.
Okay. So I've got myself into a pickle here. I'm gonna back up here. We're in the middle of a motion, right? And so I'm not sure what to do here.
Chair, I can make the same motion once we're in executive session. We would just need to come out to vote.
We'd have to come out.
I'm happy to withdraw. Well, it's been second, belongs to the body, but if that would help, I'm happy to do that. I was just trying to, in terms of time.
I just feel bad that I missed the light. I was just.
I should have said something verbally, but.
Sake of time. I'm going to finish this here because, again, I've got the motion. We're halfway through voting. I think you as the chair can just make a rule. Can I do that? Yeah. Is that okay? Can I usurp or use my power here? Okay. Now I feel. Yeah, goodness. Okay. Well, let's do that then. Let's respect the attempted motion here. So you're saying, and we'll reset on this going into executive session because it's not really a debatable thing. That's why I don't feel too bad. Yeah. So well, let's rewind here for a second. Member Carey, put your motion again. Say that one more time.
Yeah. So my motion is that we have two auditors who, it's my understanding, will be present during an executive session. My motion is that they be able to remain in executive session from the start to finish.
Okay. So there's a motion that the auditors that are joining for the typically would be the UPAC portion. The motion is to invite them to stay for the entirety of the executive session.
Yes.
Is there a second to this? There's a second. Go ahead, Member Carey, to speak to that.
No, it's just that last time we met, it's my understanding that they were precluded and prevented from attending a portion of executive session, even though I believe the materials covered in the portion that they were excused from covered issues relevant to their audits. And it's also my understanding that even if they're excluded from executive session, state law requires that they have access to the recording of what's in executive session. So then I said, okay, well, that's fine. But then I learned that we don't record everything in executive session. So really the only way for them to have access to relevant areas covered in executive session is if they are not invited or told that they cannot participate. That's the reason for the motion. If we recorded everything, it wouldn't be an issue, but it's my understanding we don't do that. And because of that, the only way for them to gather this data is to be present. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion is to invite the two members of OLAG to remain or to join the entire closed session.
One is OLAG, and I believe the other is data from our
Just one from you. I knew you were going to lose your friend, but I thought you were bringing somebody else. Sorry, now I'm talking to the audience here. Kevin's here. He counts as two. Okay. Member Davis.
Oh, I just didn't know if this was needed. I don't remember. I'm
Last
sure I'm
ti-
remembering wrong. I don't remember them being asked to leave. So
We did. Last time we kept them for just a portion of it. So.
Oh.
There was a concern about attorney-client privilege in particular.
Okay. But are we even?
So let's go ahead and vote. I don't see any additional lights. Let's go ahead and vote. And again, the motion is before us that the board permit the auditors to remain in the executive session for all portions of the session. So let's vote. Okay, that passes 11 in favor, 1 opposed, and that's from Member Davis. So, Member Davis, your light is on. Okay. I don't see any additional lights. I'm going to make sure. Okay. I'm seeking a motion.
I moved it to go into executive session for all the purposes stated.
That's the motion I was seeking. And it's seconded. Okay. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Is yes. Member Booth? Is yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Yes. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Is a yes. Member Kelly? Yes. Member Carey? Yes. Is yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member is yes. Member Lear? Yes. Is a yes. And Member Wood?
Yes.
Is a yes. And I'm a yes. That passes unanimously with 3 absent. Thank you. Let's take a couple minutes and get into executive session. Welcome back, board members. I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive. Do we have a second? Yes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. With that, let's do our items here. Member Bogus, if you will. Member Carey on the ready. Do we have any online though? So board members, let me have your attention for just a second. Our voting system, Kelsey's not here to type that up. And so to move things along, we're going to do a yay. There's nobody online. So if there's any opposed, then you can say you're opposed and I'll get your name for the record. Otherwise we'll go through that process. Okay. So we're not going to do the voting. I'll say all in favor. Okay, just so you're aware. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar.
Second.
The motion has been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
I move that the board adopt the entire findings in the reinstatement hearing report dated May 4, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the Utah educator license be reinstated in case number 22-1918.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. As to case number 24-2144, I move that the educator receive a reprimand for not less than 2 years from the date the educator's license was originally flagged.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, thank you. The motion has been stated and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
I abstain.
One abstention. So we have 13 or 11 in favor, one abstention coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the entire findings in the reinstatement hearing report dated May 12, 2026, and the recommendation that the educator's license be reinstated in case number 24-2145.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Abstain.
That passes 11 in favor, one abstention coming from Member Davis. Member Bogus, back to you.
I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated April 29, 2026. I'm sorry?
Apologies. I kept saying 11. I thought there was 12. I said 11 and then 1, and then I thought, I don't even know if that's true. So I had to recount. Apologies. Will you start over?
No, it's all good. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated April 29, 2026, and the recommendation that the educator's license be suspended for not less than 6 months in case number 25-2190.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 1, 2026, and the recommendation that the educator receive a reprimand for not less than 2 years from the date the educator's license was originally flagged, February 14, 2025, in case number 25-2202.
Second.
That motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board adopt the order of default and findings dated March 20, 2026, and the recommendation that the educator's license be revoked in case number 25-2218.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 22, 2026, and UPAC's recommendation that the Utah educator's license be suspended for not less than 1 year in case number 25-2219.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 19, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator receive a reprimand for not less than 2 years from the date the educator's license was originally flagged in case number 25-2220.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated April 24, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator's license be suspended for not less than 2 years in case number 25-2294.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the hearing report dated May 5, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator's license be suspended for not less than 3 years, 7 months in case number 25-2301.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 21, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator receive a reprimand for not less than 2 years from the date the educator's license was originally flagged in case number 25-2315.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 19, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator receive a reprimand for not less than 2 years from the date the educator's license was originally flagged in case number 25-2334.
Second.
The motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the consent to discipline dated May 19, 2026, and the UPAC recommendation that the educator's license be suspended for not less than 1 year in case number 25-2370.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the UPAC recommendation that the educator receive a letter of education in case number 26-2379.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Back to you.
Thank you. I move that the board adopt the petition for voluntary surrender of license with investigation pending dated May 4, 2026, and that the board accept the voluntary surrender of the educator's license in case number 26-2388.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board appoint the following individuals to the Science of Reading panel: Douglas Peterson, Marcy Hausman, Christy Austin, Louisa Motes, Catherine O'Donnell, and Antonio A. Ferrero.
Second.
Motion's been stated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Me.
Okay, that passes 11 in favor, 1 opposed. That comes from Member Bogus. Thank you. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint the following individuals to the Student Advisory Committee. In District 15, Jonah Vincent. District 2, Scarlett Solomon. District 10, Layla Hicks. District 4, Henry Long. And District 12, Raquel Young.
I didn't hear District 2.
Scarlett Solomon.
Oh, thank you. Second.
The motion's been stated. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair, or Member Bogus.
Thank you. I do believe that finishes our business.
Okay. Board members, it's still light outside if you want to make a final motion.
I move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Second. You got your light on, yeah.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you. All right.